Hi everybody, and welcome back to Play Dicely. My name is Teni Dicely, and I will be your game master for this evening. I really had no idea what to do there coming into the intro, so it was just like, I'll just shuffle sideways. Anyway, you're not here for the Teni shuffle, you're here for some D&D, I would assume. And, I managed to wrangle up some folks who also like to play D&D, so let's go say hi to them. My wonderful collection of friends and castmates. Hello to the lot of you. Are my things not working? Why aren't my things working? Fine, I'll press the button manually.
I was here for the Denny shuffle.
Howdy.
Yeah, I'm exclusively here for the Denny shuffle. I don't know.
No. Please.
If you don't shuffle once a game from now on, I'm leaving.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Hold on, weighing my...
Wait.
No. We can
Is that a
unionize
promise?
on this.
This is trapped in a train to get here. Please don't make me leave. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I'm so glad you were able to make it. Hello to all of you. It's so good to be back. I just realized we have the party music on from last time, but that's okay. It is a party, because it's been 3 weeks since our last session.
Feels like it's been forever.
It truly
I think it's
Yeah.
been
years.
10 years.
I don't
Yeah.
remember how to play this
Actually.
character.
Yeah,
No.
what is the D and the D?
Oh god, I don't remember how to
Just
DM,
do-
so we're all in
do
for
anything?
Uh-oh.
a fun time. Well, I don't have any announcements myself, but I believe Anthony does, so I'm going to pass it over to him.
Yeah, sure. A couple weeks ago, I was on a stream with Laura Kay for Side Quest, which is a charity streaming team in support of St. Jude. So that was a lot of fun. Shout out to Laura for having me, and shout out to Team Side Quest for raising a ton of money for the kids. You can still donate to them at any time, so please do so if you can. And yeah, thanks again to Laura for having me. Cheers.
Wonderful friend of the channel. They also do Dungeons and Dragons over on Dungeon Select. Go follow Laura and Dungeon Select as well. Where's that button? There's that button. Fantastic. Now Ryan, I totally did not correspond with you before today's stream, so how you doing over there?
I was lost and destitute, Denny, without my Dicely fix. And of course, without the most important part of this entire show, which is Timmy Tabletop. None of us matter here, really. This is all about Tim. So, thanks to the boy, Timmy Tabletop, and his lovely website, tabletopaudio.com. Go get yourself some music, sacrifice a Starbucks coffee to the Elder Gods a month, and you'll be able to have some lovely, lovely music for your games. That is all.
Wonderful, thank you, Ryan. And yeah, so I guess that pretty much wraps it up. We just zoomed right on through everything before a D&D session, so I guess the only thing that comes after that is a D&D session. How about it, gang?
Let's
Woo!
do it.
Do it. All right, let's see if this command works. That one worked. I don't know why. All right. Where we left off. The Seekers had a month of downtime as the Learned Circle was trying to figure out what it was essentially going to be doing in regards to the situation that was developing in Balesville. In that time, the Seekers gave the Learned Circle a month to figure out what they were doing, and then they decided if they didn't figure it out by then, they would go off and continue on their druid quest. In that month, Nell began preparations for a big date with her crush, Naivara Quillant III. Abe commissioned a new set of mithril armor. Drac, accompanied by Abe, went to Fort Hale to speak with his brother Boz, unfortunately ending in a not-so-happy parting. Alwyn scoured through legends relating to magic that creates miracles, learning of the possible consequences of things such as wish. Gideon received an upgraded rifle. He named Death of a Salesman and volunteered to cook for Nell's date, and Azaria planted a bean, which produced temporary pomegranate tree with a few magical fruit. Leading up to that big date, the Seekers were informed through a letter that Learned Circle member Hillip Rowe had lost his hawk that was his companion. So they asked the Seekers to keep an eye out for it. Azaria and their familiar owl did end up finding a hawk and used magic to speak with the creature, and discovered that Hillip Rowe, the one at least who returned for Balesville, isn't exactly the same person that they first met. Azaria and Drac went into Brolbar proper to visit with Armadon Ferrick of the Arturian Knights, and he said he would observe Hillip Rowe. And then Nell and Ivara had a immensely cute date, including a fancy dinner atop the tower in their fort, while musicians with illusionist instruments created spectacles that Nell curated, and then she herself played a violin piece that she learned to play. A beautiful time was had. Nell and Ivara teleported back to Brolbar thanks to Elowin's magic. And then in Brolbar that night, Drac and Azaria attended a theater show and intended to meet up with Nell after dropping off Nivara, but then were sidetracked by a commotion in the Cloudreacher Heights district. Asking the guards about the commotion, it revealed a terrible situation. The murder of Learned Hillip Rowe at the hands of Armadon Ferrick Ironbender. And oh, look, my command worked this time. Well, so that's where we left off in the last session. And I corresponded with you guys before today's episode, saying that we were going to kind of skip ahead. So, you guys have since returned to the keep. Though Azaria and Drac, you would have had the opportunity to ask some questions to the guards, and what you'd learned by being there as apparently the commotion was happening was that Hillip Rowe was indeed dead, killed by Ferrick Ironbender, seemingly via stabbing, in Hillip Rowe's office in the House of the Circle. Ferrick surrendered himself peacefully. The guards found him outside of Hillip's office, just weapon on ground, hands up, and he has since been escorted to the prison of Brolbar, which is referred to as Underhill Prison, and it's located in the hill itself of the Cloudreacher Heights district, underneath the Frostjaw Tower of the Arturian Knights. Were there any other questions you guys might have asked?
That answers most of the ones I would have had, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, I just want to know, like, if Ferrick said anything to anybody.
He doesn't seem to have spoken to anybody yet. He might be, like, pacing himself. Maybe he has certain things he wants to say to certain people, but he hasn't really spoken since the situation has kind of occurred. But in any case, you guys got those questions, and you've since returned to the keep, which I still don't think you guys have actually named. But it is now...
Get around to it.
But it's now late in the evening.
Is
and
it
you've
like
all been
Keeper
informed.
or something?
What?
Keepy McKeep face.
Keeper? I don't know.
Sea keepers of
Secret
sea, sea keepermen.
Yep.
That-
Wow. Okay, this is
I'm with you,
got some
Chris.
energy
Heroes of the
here.
realm.
I'm with you here. Let's do this.
Use my
Do it two
veto
in
on
favor.
that.
I just like the idea that other people have to figure out how to pronounce the name of the stupid place.
We should just spell it in the most bullshit fantasy way possible.
Oh, whatever it is.
Like,
Yeah.
there's
Six
like
apostrophes
C
in it.
with no U after it.
Throw some H's in there.
Mm-hmm. All silent. All of them are silent.
Yeah, 100. Yeah.
you guys are speaking my language.
I think
Betcha.
Christy got it in chat there, yeah.
For those watching the VOD, that's an F followed by several apostrophes, keep followed by several semicolons, ER.
How do you pronounce a semicolon, Christy?
That's for the
You
individual
just
to
have to
decide.
pause.
I will
Yeah.
do my best.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Keep.
Man. Our keep's name sounds like old dial-up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gang, we're in a mood, eh? All
Ah,
right.
It's
good.
been a while.
Saw a
gang.
This
murder.
is the mood for a murder. That just happened.
I missed you guys.
I'm so glad everyone's here with me in this space. It's not just me.
Me and Adam are just like, right.
Yes.
Anyways.
I'm already crying.
Right along.
So
Okay.
back at the Skeeper.
Yeah.
My beautiful campaign.
Well, Denny, what's going on at the Seakeeper?
I assume a lot of you have collected in the basement of the Seakeeper.
Oh, that's
And-
good, Kumbalai. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Just heavy breath.
Or-
Keeper.
It's 4 heavy breaths.
Roll
It's
bar
4.
crew returns to the keep,
Oh.
heavily winded,
takes 1 minute to say this name.
and informs the rest of the party that Hillip Rowe has apparently been murdered by the Armadon, who is supposedly a part of the notable faction of knights that is supposed to kind of be the pillar of security and philosophy amongst the warrior caste, so to say. So it's come as quite a shock, despite, his role having been to keep the Learned Circle in check. Murder seems like it was a step too far, possibly.
I'm sweating from laughing.
I muted myself.
There's not to like say serious things now, and all I can do is laugh.
Okay. All right.
It's okay, guys. It's D&D.
Oh.
It's a game. You're allowed to laugh.
Are you sure?
Oh, if we're allowed to do it, I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, fuck this.
All right.
Serious time.
I know how to take the reins back.
This is Laugh Loose, sequel to Footloose. No laughing allowed.
Except for they go, you can. And you're like, no.
No. That will never laugh. Can't make me.
No, he didn't say he was going to keep an eye on Hillip. Did he? He must have seen something.
Yes. Unless I for him means dagger, and keep means stab.
Well,
I'd just
he-
like to believe he has more decorum than that. He understood that this was.
And he was very clearly like, it's a lot to go on the testimony of a bird. It wasn't like
Right?
when we went to him, it wasn't like he was like, I fully am
Yeah.
on board with this. Like,
He was not giving "I will kill him" vibes,
yeah, it was very, felt like we were, he was going to take time.
He barely believed us to begin with.
Yeah, he was skeptical.
If if sending and stuff like that is able to be overheard, maybe I guess you guys actually spoke to him in person,
We did.
but maybe fake
Trying
Hillip
could always
attacked
happen,
him. Yeah.
Wasn't even Ferrick. Maybe the real Ferrick is dead already, and then some another person who's pretending to be someone else did this.
Should we set
That
up
is
like
possible.
code words for real? Just if this continues to be the way that things are, like we all have kind of a code word. It's just heavy breathing for a minute, and that's how we know
You have to pronounce the name of the keep properly.
correctly, the way that we
Yes.
all know, but we do not tell anyone.
Have a
So-
way to
So keep is your secret password.
It's not like a breathe in and then like a hold of like suspense. It's like a sex pest heavy breathing. Is how I envision it. You know,
No.
Keep it.
to keep her.
I think that
I
one
think
works,
I'd
yes.
rather just have the conversation with the doppelganger at that point. The changeling, or whatever it is.
welcome everybody to the Dicely Comedy Hour.
That's fair.
Does anybody
I
have
mean-
any way to actually see if somebody is actually themselves or not?
I believe I could.
Okay,
I've-
good.
Never tried it, but ever
Sure did,
since
Fizz. You sure did.
I'm certain I could. I don't know if it works on dead bodies, though. I guess I was
One way
hoping we
to
would be able
find
to
out.
see him before this all happened.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking we use it on Ferrick and we use it on dead Hillip.
I know
Yeah.
that like our thought is that our sendings can be overheard, but like I wonder if you could like ask your nephew if he can just keep anyone else from tampering with the body before we can see them tomorrow.
I don't have a way of communicating with him, but Drac,
Message.
if you could, I'm
Yes.
sure he would understand, yes.
Yes. And then in terms of Hillip, I could also try to speak with his dead body. So if
That's
we think it's not really Hillip, I don't think we're going to get any real answers out of it.
Do we
Yes,
know?
they don't have to tell the truth when you do that, right?
No, they don't, and they don't even have to answer the question, as far as I know. Let me think.
We don't know how they're disguising themselves, right? And if that would change once, like the effect would end once they die.
Make an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
And, well,
They were
Or you can ask that to
concentrating
on-
somebody
Oh.
who
Yeah.
might be able to
If they were
answer that.
concentrating on a spell to do it to themselves, it would end when they die. If someone else was in theory, no, but could I make an Arcana check to see if there's anything else I could discern?
I got
Sure.
a dirty 20. 'cause I
Okay,
already
well,
rolled.
we'll consider this help then.
Okay.
So go ahead, Azaria.
22, so not much better.
You get advantage though, because I'm helping.
No, you were the other one.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Whatever.
so it was
the first
20 or
one's
22.
the better of the two anyways.
All right.
So sorry, Christy, can you reiterate that question for me? All right, very much.
You would think
Okay.
that I would know.
I think
immediately,
it was, do we know how they're doing it? I think was the question.
or like,
Like,
what
would
is
they
there like any sort of
stay
yeah?
in
would-
terms
would
of
they
disguise
stay in the
magic and the
disguise?
relationship of
being
Yeah, or
dead?
like if we know
Disguise
anything
being
about doppelgangers or changelings or any of that, like
So, in regards to what Azaria said about magic is very much true in terms of doppelgangers and that kind of thing. And there are two distinctions. There are changelings and there are doppelgangers, which are technically different. Changelings and doppelgangers, in this particular regard, upon death, would revert to their true form, so to say. With
That's something
doppelgangers,
the player didn't know. That's cool.
it might not be D&D true, but that is this
That's
lore
you
true.
true.
Yeah. In terms of doppelgangers, they're typically described as like kind of alien-looking, blue-gray skin, like basically only eyes are their only facial feature, kind of bulbous head. Changelings appear quite a bit more human, though incredibly pale. Eyes tend to be like single-colored, very kind of gaunt-looking. Yeah, they just look kind of like ghostly humans. So they
It
are
could have been
technically fey.
it could have been a magical item as well, right? You could charm a hat or scarf.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a powerful spellcaster. That probably wouldn't be a hard thing to create with time.
I don't know
there's-
what would
If you
happen in
haven't-
death in that case.
presumably once you're dead, you're not attuned to an item anymore, right?
Perhaps.
Have
Unless
in
it holds
theory.
it beyond death. Gideon?
I was like, when I died, was I attuned to anything? Did I have to re-attune?
Well, yeah. The moment I said that, I was like, actually, I don't want to make that a truth because that would be really fucking annoying.
Azaria, in terms of death and attunement, a certain amount of time does pass, and then items kind of, in a way, to describe it, realize that their attunement is no longer held and release that attunement. But it's not like instantaneous.
So it would last a while. Maybe a day, maybe a couple, I would think. Going off of my little
Probably a day at
interactions with it, yeah. But my other thought was just like we know that, like, you know, charity isn't in the right body. What if Kardrak's group has like a
You
way
don't
of...
know that.
We do not know that.
We don't. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only
they're not
Elwyn
involved.
knows that.
Only Elwyn does. Never
So
mind.
let's say hypothetically, Charity was in a different body.
What are you even saying, Abe? That's crazy. That would literally never be the case. She's the one person for sure that is in the right body, and I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think a magic item or someone else has cast the spell on him.
I have a theory. I think we're in the right ballpark here, but at the end of the day, we've seen that Balesville and the people in it have had their memories toyed with. So perhaps there was some kind of a rewriting done to Hillip before he left. So maybe if it is the real Hillip, that's the answer. But if it's not the real Hillip, then we know our culprit.
I really hope it's not, because I would hate to have
I would also hate to
sentenced
have...
the man to death. Not, I mean, inadvertently, but still.
Well, we didn't tell Ferrick to go and kill the guy. Did we?
True.
Did we?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
All right. I don't know. I wasn't there.
No, it was
Just
very
like,
much up. Ferrick
keep an
told
eye.
us to, like, you know, not get involved, let him deal with it, but, like, it didn't seem like he fully believed our story. He did say he would keep an eye on it, though.
Okay.
Like, that's why I think, I mean, unless he's involved in Kardrak's side of things, this has been, like, the long con, but it didn't seem like he was being dishonest with us when we met with him.
Well, and the
think-
Hawk said that he was different when he returned from as
Mhm.
well, right?
So I think he saw something that endangered the Ascendant. Like, why else such an extreme action?
And again, like maybe Hillip like attacked him first. Like he saw something Hillip saw that he saw, and then it was like he murdered him back in self-defense. I don't know.
A lot of potential. But
We won't know
Ideally.
until we get some time with both of them, so
yeah.
I can send a message to Vilun right now and just ask him to make sure no one touches anything,
Yep.
or at least try to use his influence to make that so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the relationship between the Malej and the Arturians are, but
He's what
only
we
one
have
way to
right
find
now.
out.
I will shoot a sending over to Monsieur Balloon. And I'll just ask him. But yet, you know,
Sorry, the stream
It's-
froze a little bit there. Could you repeat?
I was going to send a message to Valoon, and I don't know if he would know that this has happened yet. So I'm just trying to think of like the words to say. Okay. There's been a murder. Hillip Rowe is dead at the hands of Ferrick. If you are involved with this, could you please make sure that they don't touch the body until we have a chance to see it? Thank you.
A moment goes past, and you get a reply. Oh God. We haven't been notified at all yet. This is awful. We probably won't be notified unless there's any suspicion of magical tampering in the situation.
Just send him another message. Thank you for your quick reply. I think there is magical tampering. You should be wary approaching this situation.
I'll keep my ear out to see if I hear anything through official channels. Until then, I can't really act. But thank you for letting me know. I'll keep you posted.
He can't do anything without official words, so... Guess it's up to us.
So, is there anything you guys are going to do tonight, or are you going to take a long rest and head into town the next day?
I have nothing else, I think.
I think we just have to wait until the morning. Unless you think we need to get there tonight.
I need to prepare spells and rest anyways, so...
And I gotta do some dishes.
Okay.
We
I'll
sound
help
like
you.
people
Not have
that.
somebody here who will do the dishes.
Yeah.
We
You
normally
guys
have people
have-
who do that.
Oh,
Yeah, we
that's
have
right.
people.
I'm not used to that.
Heroes of the realm, Gideon. There are
Yep.
some things we don't have to do all the time.
Okay, fine.
Just all of the serious kind of bullshit stuff, it seems.
Right.
Well, Zarya, that was really nice to go to the theater with you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it got ruined by
It was,
some murder.
Yeah, it was you know, our life is now becoming a play.
Mm. Well, maybe next time be much more calm.
Yeah. Yeah, I could use like a comedy or something. Seems like we keep running into tragedy after tragedy.
Alright, well, I'm going to go to bed. You all enjoy your evenings.
All right.
Mhm.
So, you all make your way to sleep.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Oh. Before bed, Gideon approaches Drac. And
Yep.
says, are we meditating or what? It's like, how do we do this?
Right, sorry, I almost forgotten about that because of all the craziness. Sure,
That's
yes,
fine.
we
It
can
seems like
do
a day that we could probably need it and use it, perhaps.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Here,
Sorry to push it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can get into the headspace. It's okay. Yeah, let's. Do you want to do it in your room or my room or somewhere else?
I mean, we got the room, the big quiet room down there.
You're right.
yeah?
Yes, we do have the big quiet room. Okay, let's just go there.
All right.
All right. And Drac will lead you through some breathing exercises.
When you guys open the door to that meditation room, Nell's just in there screaming, and then she's like, "Oh, hello," and then walks out super calmly and goes to her bedroom. Good night. Close the door. No time for questions. Not interested.
I'll probably ask her about that later.
Yeah, you do that. I'm not going anywhere near that.
That's fair. Yeah, okay. So yes, we'll start with some breathing exercises, maybe some light body movements, and then we'll settle into a cross-legged position. And just let your mind be as blank as you think you can get it.
I'll give it my best.
It's very hard to do.
Yeah.
I think I've maybe been able to be fully blank like 3 times total. You always have a thought somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So, just give it your best shot. Just try to let the weight of life lilt off your shoulders.
I'll do my best, Drac.
And just
I'm gonna
focus on
roll a
breathing.
disadvantage. I'm gonna roll
What do
a
you-
wisdom check at disadvantage.
I see.
That's a 7, baby. You know what? It's better than a 5. A 5 is a low check, but it's a milestone in the easy to hard range. So,
Another one of these wonderful moments where I am freed of my duty.
yeah. So yeah, Gideon. He it's clear he's attempting to understand this process, but he's not getting it. But he's trying. He's like actively seeking out the proper place to be, but he's not there yet.
And then probably do this for about half an hour, and then Drac notices that you're not really getting into it. He says, "Okay, I think that's enough for today."
Nah, I'm getting there, Jack. I'm real calm.
Put a hand on your shoulder. It's okay. I was just like you when I first started doing this, albeit I was a young child, but still.
Still young, Drac. Gideon stands up. It's easy
And
to
so are
feel
you.
old.
That's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah.
It just
Well-
takes practice, like many things. Like fixing your gun, for example.
Fair enough.
You just have to tinker a little bit.
Well, I'm not giving up that easy.
Good man.
It's part of our deal.
Indeed. All right. Good night, friend.
Good night.
Well, Gideon, rest assured, as we all try out new things, don't we always become a child again? You may have a point of inspiration if you don't already have one.
Can I have one too?
Unfortunately,
didn't have
the
one.
you would be the one who would go into meditation regularly. Gideon tried and failed.
Okay.
I achieved it.
Ask me again later. So, you all get your sleep. Some of you might linger on the thought of the powerful figure you once knew as Hillip Rowe and trusted, has since seemed to have ended up in some strange situation and is now no longer. But the morning does come around. You all get your sleep. What are your plans for the day?
I got up early as always, and I'm ready in the library for whenever Elwyn comes in. Presumably that's where you would go first. I can only
Yeah,
assume.
that's probably true.
Yeah.
To gather some things if we're heading out today.
Oh, no.
I just hand you like it does not look as nice as the one that Ria put together, but it is like an attempt at a nice looking bouquet of flowers. This
What?
kind of felt like it was more meaningful before the whole murder thing, but it was just like a thank you for last night, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you. The wind is really out of my sails on this one, but they were pretty, so here you go.
Thank you, Nell. I appreciate it. It was certainly a damper to the end of the night, but did you and Nybara have a good time?
Yeah. And I was feeling I don't know, I feel like shit now, so I'll
What? Why?
just it would have been nice to just be able to come home and, you know, decompress from everything instead of being thrown into a murder plot. That's all. And
Wow.
but no, it was nice. So
I'm glad
I just
you had
wish-
a good time.
thank you. Maybe if things could just happen like one time, like one at a time.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Tyrone looks up from the corner of the room. Mm-hmm. Incredibly relatable.
He gets it.
Also, nice. It just
Sorry,
goes
he's
back
just
to
here
whatever he
all
was
the
reading.
time now.
No, honestly,
he doesn't really go home. It's 6 a.m. I don't know. He just lives here.
great. Thanks, Tyrone.
Is that the time? I better go to bed.
We've talked about this. You
Correct.
need to sleep.
I'm sorry. What can I say? I'm a night turtle.
You can sleep in my bed if you want, if you don't want to go all the way back home.
I mean, there are plenty of beds here. I assumed I would just take one of those. But
Whatever you want.
I'll go to my afternoon classes after a nap. And he goes back up to the first floor.
Okay.
He's very helpful.
Yeah. I'm glad that he's here. All right, let's go solve a murder, I guess.
Yeah, I think I have a murder to deal with.
So, to kind of liven up the mood, it is a good day to go to Bro Bar because your bracelet's ready.
Huh.
And so is Gideon's pistol, for that matter.
Sweet.
Any preparations, or do you guys head into the city?
My armor be ready yet, or not quite?
Oh, actually,
It's 20 days.
your
to build
armor
it.
was ready yesterday.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yep, so plenty of items to pick up. So, I guess you all kind of get yourselves together and head out for the day. Hopping aboard the trainway, 5 gold pieces. And half hour passes. A lot of you end up in the city. There is a slight somberness in the air. Though not everyone is really showing it on their faces. You know, people walking through the city are, going about their days, doing the things that they typically do. But it seems everybody has found out real quick. The word has spread. Whether that be guards who ended their shift and went to the bar and told the people that they were drinking with, or just people who happened to be passing by and heard things as commotion was happening. But it is definitely felt. Where would you like to go first? You can always go to the Hall of the Circle. Go to Frostjaw Tower, where the Arturian Knights are. You could schedule a meeting with any particular learned circle. I don't know. What are you guys thinking?
I don't know if I trust any of the learned on this situation. It may be better just to speak to Ferrick first, just to see what happened.
Learned that
But Ferrick
told
is-
us. Who was the learned that told us about Hillip's bird? Was it Hillip?
Philip
We got a
sent
letter
us a letter.
from Hillip.
Oh, okay. I know the
Is
change
there-
around whoever calls us on the stone. So
Is there order though that we need to go through to get involved with this type of stuff with our position?
Well, it'd probably be through the Learned Circle or the Arturian Knights, but that leadership is currently buckled. In fact, you might not know who was set cover for Ferrick if anything ever happened.
I wonder if we just send a sending with our stone being like, Hillip was a friend, we'd like to investigate this.
I think we honestly, it'd be like, we're here to help,
Yeah.
because they don't need to know that we know anything beyond just that he's been killed.
Hmm.
So we can just send them a message to say where do you need us? We're here in the city and ready to help.
and capable. We're probably better than most forces in the city.
Should not mention anything about the bird.
No.
No.
I'll just send a message being like, heard about Hillip, we'd like to help. tell us how. Regards from sending our regards. Sorry for your loss. I don't know.
No, that was good, Azaria.
I was like,
you get a reply from Gath Pollenbay, the gnomish mercantile member of the Learned Circle. Come meet us at my address in the Emerald Acres, and he gives you guys a number of directions. It is just off the east side of the Cloudreacher Heights, kind of close to where the statue of the Heroes of Brobar is. It's a nicer district, a few mansions and that kind of thing. That's all he says.
So nice of him to point out his nice house.
I mean, they all have nice houses. It's just
Yeah,
gotta
I'd
comes
say
with the...
they are the 1%.
It's a good neighborhood, you know. Lots of big houses around here, you know. Mansions, and you'll find mine somewhere among those, you know. No big deal.
Yeah.
I'll toss a coin up into the air.
And here comes Sonic and Tail. Hello, where do you wish to go?
To the address that Gath gave us.
Fantastic, right away. And zip zoom, off you go to the Emerald
Is that their
Acres.
catchphrase? Zip zoom.
Yep.
Nice.
Gotta go zip zoom.
Gotta go zip zoom. You're too zoom.
Only 5 seconds though.
Yep.
So you guys are brought down the eastern slope out of the Cloudreacher Heights district, and it's not an incredibly far trip, but you're amidst a district that almost feels like you're out of Brobar if it weren't for the few buildings that poked up over the instead of fences around homes, they're just like hedges, bush hedges, and well-trimmed trees. Nice, quiet cobblestone streets with lampposts here and there where candles could be lit at night. And many big homes. And you are brought to one that has a gate at the front where Sonic and Tail stop and drop a lot of you off. Well, this is the place.
Thank you.
And toodaloo, zip zoom, and off they go.
Those guys are everywhere. It's incredible.
They
Very
are
impressive.
very fast. I think they're just following us at this point.
They know that we have like a lot of money, and they're like, "Oh, They tip
we better watch
nicely.
our backs.
I'll go up to the door and give it a knock."
So it is a gate.
Oh.
As you approach the gate, a guard on the other side kind of like looks through. Can I help you?
Show our little badge.
All right, I have been informed. And he unlocks the gate for you guys and opens it up. Points up the well-curated pathway leading up towards this lovely home. It's... Well, you know, you've probably seen bigger mansions, as Gath is a gnomish fellow. He can make do with lower roofs and whatnot, but he does recognize that there are guests to accommodate, so a lot of you come up to this mansion. It's mostly stone made. Like, it almost feels like a castle in itself. And you come up to large wooden doors with a knocker on it.
I'll knock on that.
And you can! And upon knocking on the door, the door opens slightly. And you hear Gath Pollenbay, this gnomish individual with the strangely diamond-shaped beard and mane of hair. Yes, come on, come in. Thank you for making it. When a lot of you step inside.
I'm looking around the doorway for traps.
Make
I'm feeling paranoid all of a sudden.
make an
No, it's
investigation
good.
check.
I appreciate it.
Oh, investigation. Booty.
No,
we
we'll
step
make a
to the
perception.
door
Make a
and
perception check.
all
Oh, okay.
explode and die.
Well, I rolled a 19, so that's a... God, 32?
Perception to spot, investigate to disarm. He has no traps around his door.
Okay. Detective mode engaged.
Yeah, the lot of you come inside and enter into almost a like medieval style courtroom in a way. Like there's a long table down the center leading to a fireplace which is not currently lit. There is tapestry work hanging from the walls. It feels cold. And seated at the table are the current remaining members of the Learned Circle. And Gath walks past you guys to also take a seat at the circle, or at the table. And is like, oh, come in, make drinks for anybody.
I'll partake.
I think I'll pass on the drink, maybe just some water.
Gideon takes is there like a sort of like a bar cart or something going on?
Yeah, sure. Somebody rolls up with like a trolley with like a bunch of different like glasses and bottles on it, and also has like a pitcher of water to pour a glass for Azaria or anybody who needs water.
Sure. What drink is everybody else drinking? Like, what seems to be most prominent?
Most of them are not drinking at this point, but Gath definitely is.
What is he drinking?
He's drinking a fine elven wine.
Very well. I will go to the
Early in
open
the
bottle that he has poured his wine from, and I will take some of the said wine and pour it into my water skin, and then I will pull out my tankard that I carry around with me, and I will drink water from there.
Well,
We don't like being poisoned here, friends. Gideon's a paranoid bastard now.
but for the most part, everybody's just kind of sitting at the table in silence, just kind of in thought, thinking to themselves. There are a lot of guards in the room. Gath seems like he's probably drank a bit too much too fast for it being the morning.
That tracks.
Belina Gratz, the kind of scientist-looking human woman from Valenbridge, completely stoic, almost like she's unfazed. Dream Junet's a bit jittery, the Tabaxi woman, almost like she's a bit scared about the whole situation. There is one of the Learned Circle that you happen to notice is not here. That would be Baldane Talbrak, the dwarf military-looking individual that you've seen before. And then, oh dear, Altea Qualanthri is stoic, but Drac, you can definitely get the hint of she understands the direness of this situation. So,
Is this the closest we've ever been to them? Because normally they're like up above us in
With-
like the court thing,
with,
right?
with the exception of Hillip, who you were at like a desk away from, the rest of them, yeah. This is kind of a strange shift in the dynamic.
Gideon will sit down at the table.
Yeah,
Very
everybody,
casually.
come have a seat. It's
Who
fine.
did you say was missing, Teni?
Baldane Talbrak.
Who
They're like,
used to
the
have
general?
Ferrick's position, like,
oh,
right?
he's the old Armadon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We heard the news last night. We just wanted to offer our help and support in these times.
Well, I figured it was probably about time that this was going to happen. I mean, isn't that what the Arturian Knights are for? No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness,
Are the rest of the learned like
They're-
freaked the fuck out that he said that?
Dream
Excuse
Junae
me?
actually, Dream Junae actually looks at him and is like, this cannot be the function of that. No, I cannot believe that murder would be part of the function of that faction. I'll tell you.
I'm like,
Oh.
I look at her and I was like, I think you are correct. Don't think you need to worry about getting murdered.
Probably kidding about that. I mean,
Well, I maybe worry a little with what's going on right now, actually.
yeah, worry a little.
Oh,
But the Arturian Knights are not going to be specifically designed to kill you all. All right? I'm sure he was cracking a dumb, poorly timed joke.
Some people grieve with humor.
Yeah.
well, it seems he griefs with alcohol, so no, it is a terrible taste.
Yes. But we do want to offer our help. We'd like to investigate this and provide any support we can.
Well, then consider us in agreement. Please, anywhere you go, we will inform the guards that you have train to wherever it is you need to go. We are going to remain here for the time, just out of security reasons. And guards, and one guard comes over. Inform the others in the Cloudreacher Heights that the Seekers have clearance to go wherever it is they need to go for the investigation. And he's like, yes. And this guard takes off out the front. We aren't fully understanding of what transpired. Of course, Belk would know better. Talbrak is currently over at the Frostjaw Tower with the experience of running the Arturian Knights previously. He is stepping back into that role in the meantime. And she kind of looks around the table. He might know more in regards to what the Arturian Knights' role would be, and might be able to provide some clarification as to Ferrick's choice of protocol. I still trust him, but it is safest that he is there than here right now. And Felina speaks up. Oh. Do you have any questions for us?
I think so. I think it'd be good to get the whole story of where everyone was, just in case.
Well, in that time of the night, I was wrapping up paperwork on my own. This is Felina Grad speaking. I was a few rooms down.
Did you
And-
hear commotion or anything?
I did hear the commotion. Mostly of the guards running past. Other than that, a bump before then. And then the guard shouting that Hillip Rowe was dead. And so a guard came and checked up on me in my office and escorted me home.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
You make an inside check for me, Dad.
Oh, but I gotta do it openly because
Yeah.
you paid the thing. You might as well roll this yourself, man.
Backfired. Yeah,
That
I'm
kind
just
of
gonna roll
defeats the
myself.
purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll myself. That's
That's
a
funny.
28.
Yeah, she's being honest. She is very straight.
She's very straight.
Yeah, she's very straight with you.
Okay.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
It's Pride Month.
How dare you? All right. Rats.
What time was it that happened?
This would have been shortly after sunset, probably about like 9 o'clock ish, what we'd consider.
Okay.
The rest of us had already left for the day. So, some of us went home. I do not know what of the others. And Gath speaks. Well, actually, I went to listen to some bands at a tavern on the south end, so it was fun. Drinks were great. But
I
it's
am going
always
to
a good
ask
time.
for every single one of them if I believe them, Benny, just so you know.
Sure. Insight check. We'll go Altea first.
24.
He's telling the truth.
Zaltea.
Yeah.
And she said she was at home.
He went home.
Okay. Gath.
Gath, go ahead and roll.
27.
He
Nope, sorry, 28.
believes telling the truth, though his nightly activities might not be completely correct based on his drinking.
Okay.
But he thinks he's telling the truth.
Okay.
And Dream June actually stopped by the Arcanet Institute before I made my way home. We were in discussions with the Chandier in regards to having a new resident building built, as the interest in magical education has kind of boomed. And then afterwards I went home.
So you
Go
were
ahead.
with Shendier Tarset?
Yes, I was.
And do I believe her?
Go for it.
Is good. 13.
Total?
Yeah.
Isn't that like your modifier?
No, that 13 is my modifier for perception.
Uh,
9 is modifier for insight.
Hmm. Yeah, she seems to be telling the truth too.
Okay. All right. Well, we know where they were at least.
Things seem tense at all between the Arturian Knights and you, Ferrick, and the Learned? Is there anything that's would be cause to this that you'd be like, in hindsight?
The bunch of them kind of sit and think for a moment. I cannot think of a single thing that would have tipped the hat to this. But these are uncertain times. And a lot is up in the air. Who knows what is thinking of what? But I don't think that Ferrick is completely responsible. Gath is like, nah, he killed him. He was
Have any
always
of-
gonna kill him.
Had any of
Why
you
do you
talked
say
with-
that?
Because the Armadons are gonna kill all of us. It's what's gonna happen.
Respectfully, I don't think you should talk anymore.
Yeah.
You're in my house.
I'll just look to the other learned members.
They're like, they all feel tense, but they're not gonna leave. You get the sense that his house might be the best defensively out of their places.
Had any of you talked to Hillip in the last few days? Did anything seem different about him?
Kaliningrad pipes in. No, not a thing. He seemed completely himself.
Believe that.
Make an
A
insight
weird way
check.
to phrase it.
26.
He's honest.
Has Ferrick and Hillip's offices been untouched since the event?
Dream Junet jumps in. As far as I'm aware, I believe that guards have been stationed at those locations so that we could get an investigation underway and ensure that nothing was touched.
Body?
Oh, do you know what happened to the body? Yes, the body was taken to the temple. Of course, he's also under supervision, but at some point he will be given a proper burial. But they're going to give him a look over and see if they can learn anything from him.
We would appreciate being able to see him before anyone else does anything.
Very well. You can have that permission. We will send you with a guard, and he will notify those at the temple that you are given such permission.
Can you send one in advance?
Very well, guard. And another guard comes up. Make your way to the temple and tell them. The guard takes off.
Thank you.
Polar Knights, thank you for the follow.
Say the Armadons are going to kill you all.
Garth has clearly just had a lot to drink. There is no way that the Ascendancy was set up so that the Armadons would kill the Learned Circle as the means of check. There, as far as I'm aware, there is a protocol, there is trial and examination that they would put them through, or anyone suspected of corruption. But they are not by nature the executioners.
And why is it that you say that?
Oh, I say it as scared. Never in my life would I have thought that this job would have come with this kind of payload. Sure, I mean, like, maybe an assassin or something, but the guys that are supposed to protect us, like, what a twist.
Did he just say, I said it because scared?
Because I'm scared.
Oh, I heard it. I did not hear I just heard because scared.
Scared.
With the amount he's been
drunk.
drinking.
Yeah, I was like,
I think
yeah.
it's fair. I just chalked it up to that, yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what?
tracks.
It's always the best time for me to play a drunk person because I have no experience.
No, honestly, that is a mood, though. Just, what was his claim to the circle? Is he the transportation guy? I'm asking this out of character. I just can't remember who he is.
Transmutation guy.
Transportation. Is he the one
Oh.
doing like the thing to
Oh, he
roll the
is.
Glen?
Yes, that is what he's in
Okay.
charge.
Okay.
His notable, oh dear, what's the term I'm looking for? The things he has done that have been notable have been setting up, re-establishing trade with the Onasha dynasty and managing it in a peaceful way. And then also funding and managing a road to go from Brolbar out to the Wildeglen.
Is there a way we could get a copy of Hillip's schedule over the last 2 weeks to 10 days? Did he have a personal assistant? Someone who managed that for him?
For the most part, we kind of take care of ourselves, really, but I'm sure if you can find any notes on his desk that might give a suggestion of his time being in his office. And again, so that should be available to you.
All
It
right.
is-
Well, if there's nothing else we need here, friends, I feel like we should probably get going.
Think so.
I will escort you out, Altea says. He kind of looks at the table. Don't worry yourself, Gath. He's like, all right, that's totally fine by me. And Altea
Altea
stands.
gets us like towards the door and hopefully away from Gath's earshot. Like, maybe if one of you who isn't Gath has the sending stone for a while. I just don't know if drunk Gath is the person who should get to use that once a day.
No, you are absolutely correct, but also I believe that we are going to be upgrading the sending stone as well, so that be easier communication. But mind stepping outside with me for a moment?
Of course.
And she brings the lot of you outside and like closes the door, but not fully behind her. And she says, I didn't want to bring this up while we're in there because it's a bit of a selfish act, and it's definitely I have a daughter, and she means the world to me. I was wondering if you might be able to take her to your keep, keep her safe, because this situation might be a bit too dangerous for her to remain in the city. I would send her to Valenbridge, but I'm not entirely sure I trust there either. But at least under your care, I could feel a little more at ease.
Gideon kind of like nods and like slowly turns away.
And what's your daughter's name? Where can we find her?
Her name is Naivara. She does
Beautiful name.
And she like slowly turns her head to you. It is, isn't it? She is my gem. She typically works during the day at the temple, so you might see her while you are over there. Inform her to pack your things and go with you. I will send letters to the keep to kind of keep up to date and to touch base, but I would greatly appreciate if you would do this for me.
Of course.
Weird, we've been to the temple so many times, but we've never seen her.
Crazy.
You know what, that might not honestly surprise me too much. Apparently she does have a tendency to skip out every once in a while, so I'm not sure how regular you are with going to the temples. Not many people are very worship-like these days.
Can't confirm. Not really that worshipy.
Well, you'll
Different
recognize her.
religion.
She
And
has...
Nell is really big into worshipping. I think she's been there the most out of all of us.
Well, you're a paladin of fire, no?
yes, it's always good to learn more about other religions, so I was taking advantage of everything there is to see at the temple.
That's
We'll take care of it. All right, we'll take care
I'm
of
like,
it.
that freaking
Yeah.
dice that the cap gave me, I am gripping it like so tight in my hand,
Oh.
trying to be cool.
yeah. Let's have you make a
Maybe
deception
Naivara
check.
can teach you about some of that other religion.
I have to make a deception check.
Yeah. And I'm gonna roll my insight with the camera on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm using my inspiration for this.
All
We're
right.
not
Is
doing
the
anything
moment.
else important today, right, guys?
Nope.
No.
Oh, no.
All right. I'm adding 2 to my roll. That's a 7 plus
Oh.
2 is 9.
Oh, okay. You gotta beat a 9.
Oh, only a 9? Wait, did she roll? Did she roll a 7?
She rolled a 7.
I also rolled a 7, but it's plus 4. So,
Wow.
Nice.
now it's like this hysteric is happening underneath the surface, and she's this close.
In combination with the underneath the surface, like trying to keep her composure, Altea doesn't seem to notice. But she says, well, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to step back inside now. I probably shouldn't be outside for too long, so the others will be
Right.
wondering where I am.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Thank you again. And good luck. And she makes her way back
Stay
inside.
safe.
The moment she closes the door, I open the bag of holding and I scream into it.
Gideon
Drax
has one of
just bursts out
those.
laughing.
Gideon like looks at Nell and just goes like,
And then I start doing like a really fast, like so casual walk down out of the mansion property. I'm losing it. I have to get out of
Oh.
here.
The guard at the gate
Nice.
just opens up for you. Oh, okay. Have a good day.
Well, you keep her safe, then you definitely get mom's approval.
Don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
This is about as good as it could have gone, Nell.
Yeah, what's happening?
All right, let's focus you on
Yeah.
something.
Well, I do wonder if half of us should go to Hillip's office and half of us should go and look at the body.
Nice. Thanks for suggesting splitting the party.
That's fine. I think I could go to Hillip's body, obviously, and ask him some questions.
I'd probably be better at the office.
"Are you gonna-" "Oh right, you can do that thing. That's right.
What thing?
That thing that I repressed from my mind. That you talk to dead people.
Oh, yes, that thing I can do. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Maybe you
messed up,
don't
Jared.
come.
I don't think.
Maybe
I'm
you
gonna go to
with,
the.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the other spot.
Yeah, I think having some sharp eyes in the office would be good. Might be some very hidden things in there.
Speaking of sharp, should we pick up armaments before we head out?
Let's go get our gear.
Suppose
Yeah.
we could.
Got my crossbow, but that's it. Crossbow and some commoner's clothes. So hopefully nothing tries to attack us.
Well, seeing as we're splitting up, do we want to get something else done? Like maybe 2 of us can go grab the gear, 2 of us can see the body, and 2 of us can do something else.
I think maybe we just split into 3s. Just because I feel more unsafe in here today.
Yeah.
Last time.
Those of us seeing the body can pick up the stuff because it's literally just emerald down and then across.
The thing I need to pick up is at the DNR, so it's a bit of a ways away. But that's
Same
okay.
here.
Where
Here's
is
there.
DNR?
It's in the north of the city, I believe.
Which
It's
is-
like northwestern. It's across from the Prolium.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit far. It's okay. It's not the priority.
Well, we
for me
can
right now.
always, as we plan out our day, body, teleport, armor, we gotta get Naivera's stuff. So that's also she also lives in the North End. So
Great.
to the temple. I love the temple.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And then, Elowen, do you want to make a connection with one of us? The other group?
That probably makes sense. So where am I going? The body?
Whatever you want.
Your choice.
I think you can go to either or.
I have some questions about the body. I wonder if there's some magic on there that we could attempt to detect or dispel. Be worth me coming along for.
And I can detect magic in the office to see if there's anything there.
I also can dispel magic.
I actually
but
can't detect magic. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But I can
well,
dispel
I can.
it.
And I can also dispel it. So,
Yeah, I made sure to prepare it today since I don't have my focus with me. I was like, I've relied on that.
I can't
Shut
cast
up.
Good Berry, no.
maybe we should split up our dispellers then. Maybe you should go to the office. If I can do both. Just in case there's something there.
I think if I can also, if I see something, I can just wait if it feels like
That's
something.
true. We can just tell them.
Yeah, I think if Elowen has thing, I think the body is a bit more pressing for that type of stuff.
Drac, should we do a bless city bless on everyone?
I don't think that will really help us in this situation, though.
Will it not? What does it do? Does
It
not
only
give
lasts
you-
for a minute.
It's mostly for
Why did I think it was an hour?
combat.
That'd be so good if it was an hour.
I'm not in the right mind. I gotta go.
I could enhance someone's ability for an hour.
That'd be good.
I could take if I'm investigating the office, I could take something that helps me with that. I'm pretty good at investigation though, so.
Well, then maybe we come with you to the office first. I'll cast a spell on you right when we get there, so you have the most amount of time possible with it. And then we can go to the temple.
Sounds good.
All right.
Can't hear you, Ryan.
Say I'm paranoid. Oh shit! Am I
No, you're
muted?
good.
No, you're
You're
not
good
muted.
now.
You're just quiet. So we'll get you to turn that pip back up.
Pip. So something I'm thinking is that with Altea's request, do we want to take care of that sooner rather than later? I imagine the sooner that Nivera is safe, that she will be put at ease, and she's, I'd say, one of the sharpest of the learned. So could be a good resource to have, not worrying about things. And
Well-
also, if they are
I borrow with us.
Yeah.
this is a Ferrick issue, but it might also not be a Ferrick issue. So it might be a bigger issue. And if it is a bigger issue, maybe we focus on the safety of Nivera early on as well.
I assume she'll be at the temple, right?
Yeah, and there's guards there, and presumably, like, one will escort, with us to her house when she collects her stuff. But we can figure it out once the three of us get down there, because I can always go with her and the guard. Well, 'cause I don't know if I can really. The best I could do with the body is try and persuade it that it should tell us the answers. But I don't know if a dead body smells anyway, so they can smell. It probably will smell eventually, presumably. But, Yeah.
Well, I could also put the zone of truth on us, which I
Okay,
do
yes,
have
there you
prepared today. And the body does have to give an answer, but it doesn't have to give a truthful answer. But I can force it to give a truthful answer.
There you go.
What am I
Um,
even here for? The best
what I will-
spellcaster right there.
Yeah.
Got
What
that,
I-
that seeing thing.
What I will do is cast Aid on Elowen, Rhea, and Gideon, because that lasts 8 hours, so it's actually useful.
There you go.
So your hit point maximum and your current hit points increase by 5 for 8 hours.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oakley dokley, team.
So teams are me, Nell, Elwin, and then Rhea, Abe, Gideon.
Yeah.
Great.
Now, Drac, I do want to inform you the
Uh-oh.
corpse is an object, and a zone
Zone
of
of
truth only
truth.
affects creatures.
Creatures. Yes. Okay. Never mind.
Because that would have been a pretty great combo.
Yeah.
Too good.
Darn. Guess we'll just have to bring him back to life.
Yeah, resurrect him.
Oh, we got those diamonds.
Well, you know.
Oh yeah. Gotta pick those up.
All right, let's head off.
So, are you all going to the Hall of the Circle first? Nell doing her thing, and Drac doing his thing to enhance ability, and then going south to the temple.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. And what are the two groups?
It's, Abe, Azaria, Gideon, and then Drac, Alowin now.
All right. Sounds good. So, I assume you guys, Sonny, can tail your way back up to Cloud Reacher Heights? They didn't get far.
Yeah.
Aren't we right next to it?
Kind
need
of
to-
like
So
like
go
right
across
there.
bridge
Like
and
a-
stuff. So
a
What?
20-minute walk, half hour.
Oh my
Is our
god.
transfer
This-
still valid?
Yeah. Freaking pay.
I've been
Window.
2 hours, Denny. What the heck?
I mean, we can pay, and then the three of us don't have to get out, and they can take us.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not
Just
paying
cast your
freaking 10
spells
gold.
from your...
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? You're like,
made
this
us so
isn't a
much.
Jump out as the
this isn't a
spells get
stop.
cast
It's a
on us.
detour. Let's go.
Can I add a stop to the lift?
I'll make a telepathic link with Azaria also. 2 hours. It's longer than a full telepathic bond.
Right. So a lot of you make your way up to the Cloud Reacher Heights. I'll be nice to you. They're like, wow, you've taken so many times. We'll give you a free ride.
Hell yeah.
And so now you cast your aid. Drac, you cast your enhance ability.
Rhea gets
And-
advantage on investigation checks or
Intelligence
intelligence
checks.
checks. Yeah.
And then Drac, Nell, and Elwin, the three of you, carry on your rickshaw down to the temple. So, team that's at the Hall of the Circle, what are your plans?
Go straight to Hillip's office, because that's where the murder took place. It's my understanding.
Yeah.
So, having become accustomed slightly to coming into the Hall of the Circle, a guard at the front, and there's actually like more guards than you've usually seen. And they're like, "What is your business?"
We're here to investigate the murder that happened.
All right, you've been given clearance. You're the Seekers, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Very well. Do you know where the office is?
We've been there before, correct?
Yep. It's
Yep.
up on the second floor.
Yep.
So they let you in, and the place is practically silent. Only your footsteps on smooth, tiled floors echo throughout the building. And you make your way up to the second floor, where, going to Hillip's office, which you've seen before, there are a couple of guards stationed outside the door. Are you guys the Seekers?
And I'll show the little badge.
Yeah, go on in. It's, we've been taking shifts to make sure that nobody's come in here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll proceed on in. I think the first thing I do is I'll cast detect magic. I think how it manifests now is that like a little like solar system like almost appears of magic in my hand, and little stars fly off. So like one flies to my crossbow and lights it up, and any things of magic around me get lit up by these little stars.
And I'm just going to take us over to screen. So, you cast your detect magic. And what you do detect is, on the floor, a magical dagger. So, to give you kind of a sense of the room, Hillip's got a desk in the center of the room. There's bookshelves, some of them with like a closing front. On the walls there are paintings, a lot of them of like, farmland and beautiful scenery pieces. The table is littered with pieces of paper. There are drawers in the desk, and on the floor next to the desk, the chair's knocked over as well behind the desk, and there's a pool of, at this point, mostly dried blood on the floor. And kind of off into a corner of the room, not terribly far away from the blood, but like it might have slid across the floor, the knife that you've detected.
So, okay. Not knowing exactly how the body, like how this was done, but pool of blood's here. If someone attacked from the front, does it look like this dagger was thrown from that person, or is it like someone who was at where the pool is and had like dropped it from their hand as they have been stabbed, based on the direction that this is from where I am?
Make an investigation check.
And I have advantage on this?
You sure do.
31.
Very
You see the
easily.
Matrix.
You Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, you can see just kind of like through the blood, the way it's kind of pooled, and the condition of the knife, where it's gone, that this was more of a Hillip fell back and the knife fell out of his hand, so he was the one with the knife. You also notice in connection to that, kind of looking over to the desk, one of the drawers is pulled open.
And what type of magic comes from this knife?
Evocation.
Oh, okay. So I'll say that's Philip's weapon there.
What killed Hillip? Actually, we don't see his body.
No. But
You were told through the guards that apparently Ferrick had stabbed him.
I'll ask like the guard, like, did Ferrick did he stab him with a dagger? Was it like a larger weapon?
I think he had a short sword on him yesterday.
Okay.
The Armadon typically carries a better quality weapon, and depending on who the Armadon is at the time, it might be a sword, it might be a mace, and it's pretty much always adamantium. But his weapon's been confiscated.
And I'll make my way over to that desk with the drawer open.
So, looking inside the drawer, there are more papers, there's like inks, office supplies, but also a clear like amount of space that was set aside for something roughly the same size as that dagger.
Armadon comes in, accuses Hillip something. Hillip goes for the dagger, comes for him.
Armadon defends himself.
Possibly.
I don't see Ferrick as the kind to jump the gun, especially with how he was talking earlier.
And distance. Unless he came close for a conversation, like, I don't think, based on where we are in the room, it'd be hard to, I think, pocket and hide this.
Yeah. Does Gideon will walk over to, like, Hillip's, like, actual... Or are we at Hillip's, like, actual, like, bureau? Like, his actual desk?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good. I'll look around. I'll look in, like, Hillip's desk and see if there's any, like, compartment. Like, maybe there's, like, a
Right.
hidden compartment.
Before we peer around, could I just, like, see if there's any sort of, like, you know, trips on it? Like, if you pull something, it's going to cause the desk to, like, explode or, you know, release something or just burn the materials inside.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
28.
So, looking at the desk and trying to ensure that there's no such traps or anything like that. As far as you've known Hillip, and based on the fact that he came from Balesville, he didn't really have a proclivity for magic. I mean, it might surprise you to find that he had that dagger, but like, there are no traps, especially nothing magical related. Like, if anything needed to be destroyed, it'd probably be like take it to a different location, maybe burned, maybe shredded up, whatever. But it's not like this room is set up with a self-destruct, so to say.
I was like, okay, Gideon, you can continue.
All right.
Right. Now, Gideon, I'm going to have you make an investigation check.
Investigation. Actually, can I have it be like Gideon suggests the idea to Azaria and Gideon offers help? Because Gideon is like, he's got 2 investigations.
Very well, Azaria. You may have the roll with help, even though you already have advantage. But Gideon suggests looking through the paperwork.
Like, look through the paperwork and see if any of these drawers have hidden compartments. 27.
Yeah, you go through, you pull open drawers and try and see if you can see if there's anywhere that might contain a hidden compartment and whatnot. And you do find one. And inside is what appears to be a journal of sorts.
I'll start leafing through it.
So, are you starting back, or are you going to go, like, from yesterday backward? Or?
Yeah, I guess when does this journal, like, how, when I open to the first page, where does it start?
Oh, this journal basically starts at the beginning of the year 51.
So I'll flip to when he went to Balesville.
So, flipping to about that time. What the notes he leaves, he's making a note. I'm going to Balesville. The Lady Katie Bexley has stepped down from the reeve position, so a vote to put in a new reeve is going to have to take place. As my hometown, I'm willing to go and take care of that. And make sure that I might be able to stop all this. Some of the other learned have told me I should take the Seekers with me, but I think that would only agitate the people. I am an expert diplomat. I think I can reach out to my hometown. And then there's detailings of the first trip on the trainway, and he's like, wow, this is amazing, like, we got there so fast, only 7 hours in what would have taken like more than a 10-day. And he begins to talk about the time in Balesville. Balesville has become jaded, for sure. It's truly unfortunate that the Ascendancy is so far spread. We have to allocate resources to everywhere, and having lived in Balesville, that a lot of these people feel like they're being taken advantage of, having to feed the rest of the Ascendancy, and a lot of its resources have been tapped, especially since the Alabaster Hills have been mined out. There don't seem to be very many people who are willing to step up to the position of the Reeve. However, I was surprised to find that Hardrak Mithrilcoat is widely talked about. So he is definitely here. And I have a suspicion, but I have to follow up on that. And that ends another day. And so it goes a few days. He's like, okay, I've been getting to talk to people. It's nice to be back. Though I do get a sense of some people having kind of disowned me as one of them, but I'm sure I can swing them back around. People are getting restless. And also, a lot more people have come here and set up tents, and they're not going to be able to participate in this vote because they're not from here, but it's getting quite a bit crowded. I worry that this isn't the first of this growth. And continue on. Leading up to the days of just before Barrier Day, I'm finally getting a chance to actually sit down and talk to Kardrak. I want to know what his intentions are, what he's got planned for Balesville. Because it seems that nobody else is stepping up for this position, but everybody's putting in a word for Kardrak. I know his reputation as a hero. Stories, we've all heard them. He saved everybody from the Desolation, along with the other two heroes of the Desolation. But if what we've been informed is true, there's got to be some part of a bigger plot. Hopefully he listens to reason. I'll have the Arturians in the room with me, so we should hopefully be fine. After that, there's a few days where notes aren't taken. And then the Barrier Day comes. So nobody else has stepped up. And it seems almost unanimous amongst the people of Balesville that they want Kardrak Mithrilcoat to be their new Reeve. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing today. I'm going to be congratulating him and bestowing upon him the leadership of Balesville. I will have more to report in a more formal sense once I get back to Brobar. And again, kind of a few days go by in the journal. I've made it back to Brobar. I've informed the Learned Circle that Kardrak Mithrilcoat has made himself known and is now the Reeve of Balesville. And they are uncertain of what to do, as am I. I will be listening to more followings up with what we decide in regards to this. It certainly is uncertain times. And then a lot of this is just like, like meetings and with the other learned and like taking notes on those sessions and being like, okay, this is what we talked about today. We brought the Seekers back. They finally got a hold of us after a bunch of time away. Balesville seems to be continuing to build up incoming people, yada yada. And then it comes to the day, or a day before, you guys got that letter about Eswild, his bird. Well, my bird got out. I hadn't really been letting it outside, so that was probably on me. Hopefully, somebody can return it for me. That's, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I've trained them to hunt. They'll be okay. And then, yesterday, there is nothing. That's pretty much that journal.
Shit.
A closer look at the dagger.
What are you looking for in regards to it?
Style, if there's any insignias or symbols on it at all, if there's a way to take it apart to potentially reveal hidden areas, like if it has wooden casing on the handle, I want to see if there's a way to easily remove the casing to get under it, all that kind of stuff. I also want to use the poncho to hold it rather than putting my hands on it.
Sure thing. So make a perception check for me. Nice. I mean, the dagger is nicely fashioned. It, like, just holding it with the poncho, like, you're not exactly sure how to take it apart, but you do happen to notice, kind of like moving the blade, that it actually like closes like a pocket knife. Like it kind of flips down and locks in.
Was there any blood on it?
No. Though the tip of the blade does look like it might have impacted metal, but not drawn anything.
Let me take a look at that, Abe.
I will pass it to him in the poncho.
Gideon will remove his poncho and set it down on it, and then he will get his tinkerer's tools out, and he'll say, what were you looking for?
I mean, we've seen special weapons before with insignias on them.
Alrighty, I'll fiddle around with this thing. And, yeah, I'll look for any kind of compartment like that with a tinkerer's tools. Seeing if there's anything I can dismantle.
Yeah, go ahead and make a tinkerer's check. We'll just make it dexterity.
Very well. Pah, 28.
You disassemble the knife and now understand how the mechanisms in it work. Having taken it apart, you inspect it for like any specific like insignias or anything like that. Nothing. You scored enough where you could reassemble it if you wanted to.
Sure.
Fantastic. It retains its magicality.
Damn, I'm good. And I'll use my poncho to place the knife back where it was before we walked in here.
Oh, I relay everything about the journal to everyone. Did the writing seem like it changed at all? Like, just like were the A's still the same A's? And
Azaria, make an investigation check.
22.
It seemed like the writing did not change in the slightest. It was perfectly consistent through all the pages. The only thing that seemed a little more odd was like the amount of time that would sometimes come between days when he was in in Balesville, especially after that meeting with Kardrak. But the writing was perfectly consistent with his from earlier dates.
I have a few theories, but I think I'll wait until we're maybe back at the keep to, or at least somewhere that's not in here to talk about them.
Right.
What's everyone's passive perception?
16.
15?
13.
Very good.
Um,
Azaria,
mhm.
I'll have you make a perception check.
16.
Very good. Continue.
Are there any bookshelves, filing cabinets, separate items of furniture, like large pieces?
Yeah, I mean, aside from the desk in the center of the room, there's the chair behind it that's been toppled over. There are bookshelves. There's like a oh dear, I don't remember what the name of the unit is called, but it's like a shelving unit with like a cabinet, I guess, with doors on it.
I'll try to give them a once over as well, just trying to either pulling odd books looking for strange titles or nondescript bindings, as well as looking for any like hidden catches, under the lip of shelving and all that kind of stuff. Seeing if there's like double doors on some of the drawers and stuff.
Thank you, Anthony and Christy. Armoire is the word I was looking for. Abe, you can have... I'll give you advantage on that because you've described that so nicely.
Sure. What would you like me to roll?
Investigation.
26. Natural 20.
Oh!
Still
Right.
pales in comparison to an average Azaria roll.
So, going through these bookshelves and whatnot, and like trying to find like other hidden secrets and whatnot, I think the thing that you find most odd is how regular everything seems. It's like everything about this room, aside from the fact that Hillip seemed to have a knife which has made its way out of his desk and seems to have been used, is really the only thing that's out of place. Everything else seems like business as usual. But in fact, it might seem like he was a really good note taker. Like a lot of these notes about like meetings and whatnot are very detailed, especially in regard to Balesville and what the Learned might have in plan, or how disorganized they all seem, how vulnerable the organization of the Ascendancy might actually be.
This seems very clean for a murder scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
The place is neat.
What is everybody's passive insight?
16.
I think 11. Let me
Would just
check.
be inside plus 10, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so
11.
17.
Oh, damn.
All right. With that, Azaria and Abe, could I have you both make insight checks?
No inspiration.
18.
15.
So, Azaria, with that piece of information Abe has given you, and how clean everything seems, it almost feels like Hillip wanted to get himself killed.
If some of the things that we believe are true are true, him not being here does weaken the ascendancy.
He seemed to be acutely aware of the shortcomings of the organization.
Wanted to die?
Or at least perhaps wanted to make it look like he was dead.
What the
Azaria, could I have you make... Azaria and Abe, since you both have the passive scores, I'll have you both make one more insight check.
10.
I
got this one, 26.
Oh, let's go!
So,
I'm helping.
with... Azaria, with your point of Hillip seeming wanting to die, and Abe, now with that piece, you can connect that back to what you found about very meticulous notes. If somebody were taking meticulous notes, but then ends up killing themselves, what purpose would those notes have at that point? Or maybe they've already served their point. He might have been passing information. He might have become a spy.
Yeah, but then, like,
What if whatever's happening to people in Balesville can only affect people from Balesville? But anyone from Balesville can be affected.
but what about Charity? Charity also had some stuff going on with her brain.
True.
And Shandy and Maramis also seem to have certain pieces of information that got blocked about that situation as well.
Was a spy, or became one. I mean, I guess we have to speak with Ferrick, but maybe Ferrick was tying up the loose end.
I think there's a good chance, based on what we've put together here, is that Ferrick defended himself. Maybe came, he wanted to die, came at him with the dagger. There's a blunted tip on it. It pierced at something. He defended himself, surrendered.
Yeah, but why would Hillip want to die? He would still be useful if he was alive, right? What the hell is this? Like,
I mean,
what are
if
we
he's-
dealing with here?
Is there any precedent for a person being in some sort of thrall to another being?
Many magical beings could, in theory, do that. I mean,
Maybe
powerful
this was
wizard.
some sort of kill switch.
suppose, if Hillip had fulfilled his usefulness.
Azaria, can I have you make one more perception check?
Can I give my
He's in the room
inspiration?
with us.
No, you know very. Wait, Ryan, what's Gideon? What's your passive perception as well again?
15.
And Abe, yours is
I believe
13.
It's only 13, yeah.
I'm gonna let Gideon and Azaria roll this one.
Okay.
21.
I'm gonna use my perspiration. Oh, let me roll that again because I forgot
Yeah.
to press the advantage button. Oh, there you go. That's a Ryan roll. That's what we're talking about, baby. 20.
Those are both good numbers.
It's a good numbies.
Continue.
No, you stop that. I don't know why. I just instinctually just want to load up my musket or my Winchester. I don't know. I'm just pointing it around the room for some reason. I don't know what's happening.
Wow, that's so in character.
God, that was so right. It's my first instinct. I just shoot everybody.
Does it look like around us there's any other items that seem important?
Sorry, Christy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what evidence you seem to have, and information you seem to have gathered from this room is that it seems Hillip was acting as a spy and was collecting information from his meetings in this position as Learned. And for some reason, had a desire or a need to be dead. Probably as you've kind of put it, either a kill switch or some other purpose.
That would also make sense why he didn't take many notes while he was in Balesville. There were several days when he didn't take any notes because he was giving information, not learning anything new. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or he was getting mind controlled. I don't know. This whole situation's weird.
Whatever happened to Hillip when he left Balesville, whatever caused his hawk to not kind of recognize him in the same way, whatever that change was, didn't change any of his personality. It's like he retained everything that was still him, but he had a new objective.
How big is this room?
Not terribly big. Like, it's like 15 by 10.
I'm just wondering, can I cast fairy fire in the room? Would it light up kind of everything in the room?
What's the
It's a 20-foot cube.
You can absolutely try.
I'm gonna just cast fairy fire. If there's any creatures that are invisible, they'd have to make a DC 17 saving throw. They'd light up bright, we're gonna say green.
And what does the spell look like? It's like everything lights up on fire.
Each object within range is outlined in green. Any creatures in the area are also outlined if they fail a dex save, and they produce some dim light.
Aside from the lot of you, there are no creatures in this room.
There a rug on the floor at all?
There is, underneath the desk.
I will attempt to move the desk and lift the rug.
I'd offer help, but I'm not any good with that.
Likewise.
You move the desk easily, and you're lifting the rug. I'm going to give you an investigation check with advantage.
19.
Kind of now having exposed underneath the desk and lifting the rug, like a bunch of the blood has soaked into the rug. But, you know, the way blood pools, kind of, you know, it's very round and organic, the way liquid molds. On the edge of one of these now pretty much drying puddles, there are, just poking out of the edge of this kind of circular pool, there's the dried formation of kind of 3, almost like talons, but very small. Like some sort of creature was standing there, and its nails were poking over the edge of the carpet. And it
Bird?
stepped in the blood.
Who else we know has a bird?
Make a nature check for me.
I make a nature check?
Whoever is looking at these, like, it could be all of you at this point.
That's a 16, baby.
That's a
That's a
critical
30.
nature.
Yeah, was 16 pretty good, right?
Azaria, just looking at this kind of this footprint, so to say, that Abe has pointed out, it's just this very small thing, but it doesn't look like avian, like an avian footprint, more like a reptilian footprint,
But small.
but small.
Like fit in my hand creature small, or like mechanically small?
Like probably be comfy underneath the desk small.
Oh, okay.
Who the hell do we know who has a lizard?
I have
Cool.
no idea what this... Does it look like a kobold would be able to comfortably fit under that desk?
I mean, like a cobalt will still have to, like, you know, duck a bit.
Something smaller, probably.
Bird folk?
Reptilian.
Mm.
And Penelope really didn't like that.
Yeah.
Small lizard-like creature.
Besides the footprint in the blood, is there any indication of a false floorboard? Anything pulled up?
In regards of that, no. I will
So we
also
have a
inform
potential
you.
witness.
I will also inform you at this point. This is all you're going to find in here.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Greatly.
Hey, DMs. Be sure to do that for your players so they don't endlessly do things, but if they
Yeah.
manage to find all the information, then you're good.
Yeah. That
Well.
was great, Danny. Give yourself a pat on the shoulder for me.
You know what? Have an inspiration from us.
Wow.
Should we go and regroup with everyone?
You have your mental connection with Elowen. Maybe you should tell her now. And that we're keeping an eye out for some sort of small reptilian creature.
I'll relay that part. I'll just, because I know that telepathy has been finicky before, I'll be like, everything else, maybe we'll wait to share in person.
Sorry, what exactly do you tell me then? Just about the lizard?
Yeah, mostly just about Baya's body in the pool of blood. There was a reptilian footprint. Small, like, creature.
Okay.
I'll pass that on to Drac and Mel.
Should we head over and meet you by the church?
Yeah, it would be good to group back up, I think.
And that's where we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll go over to the other crew who is going to examine the body and who will receive that message partway through that, or maybe early on into the trip of that, because you do have to take a trip on over there.
Gotta search his body for lizards.
Hell yeah.
We've cracked it. We've cracked it.
He's actually a bunch of lizards in a Hillip
Wow.
suit.
He also has wild magic. And just like I was a bunch of halflings or whatever.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, wow. All right, we'll be back here in a few. Hope you all have a good break. Bye.
Bye.
God damn it. Who knows if that made it onto the stream? It probably did. Hi, everybody, and welcome back from the break. This next coming up, me showing you my feet. Just kidding.
Oh, finally!
The next
Are
2
they
hours
clawed?
are just Denny feet and Denny shuffle.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was a good night, everybody. Have a good one. All right. So, over the break, we decided that we're going to do a little bit of expediting. Because you guys have the telepathic link, you guys have just... the group at the Hall of the Circle, you messaged the other group saying something to do with a lizard footprint. And I guess you corresponded to have the group that was going to the temple actually veer off, get the gear, and then everyone meet up at the temple. So, with that being said, I guess I have to give some people some gear. Which is actually just Christy at the moment, because that's what's on the east side of town. Gideon and Drax is on the west side of town. Oh, and also they're not the group picking up gear. All right.
You also be able to grab diamonds.
That's true.
The
You can pick up the
Arcanet?
diamonds from the Arcanet.
Hell yeah.
Just so
There we go.
if anybody out there is keeping track of inventories, I believe you guys had said it was going to be, I've got a note down here, 4 diamonds worth for Revivify, 2 diamonds worth for Raise Dead, and then 3 diamond dust worth for Greater Restoration. Which
Yeah,
does indeed
4,
add
2,
up to
3.
2,500.
I did the math.
Yeah, you're good,
Okay.
man.
Thank
You hold on to that diamond, folks.
Well, I think I might give a diamond to a couple people just to have on them.
Oh, why is that?
Resocket one into Elowen's pendant.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. It's easier to keep on you.
No, it's a good look on you.
A 300 gold piece diamond. Just
Ice on my neck like,
vibing.
damn.
Elowen gets mugged. What?
It's a great way to get mugged.
Hasn't happened yet, so.
All right, Christy, underneath your magic items in the Roll20, the Bracelet of Charms is now available to you, and the rest of you if you decided you wanted to see it.
Nell, do you want to hold on to one of the raised deads?
Yep.
Okay.
What is it? A scroll?
So
No,
it's
it's
a
500
500 gold piece diamond.
Diamond.
Yes.
I don't think she's high enough level to cast Raise Dead.
I'm not. So maybe a Revivify, because I can actually take that.
Okay.
So that's 300.
Yeah, that's 300. Okay, I guess.
You should probably keep the Raise Dead and the Greater Restoration, because Paladins don't get as many higher level spell slots.
That's true. Okay. So yeah, I'll keep the
Gonna do it.
dust.
But after stopping by Eckhart and picking up that bracelet, and the group heading out of the circle, or the House of the Circle, you all eventually collect and meet up at the Temple of the High Planetary. You all arrive because apparently Sonic and Tails are not
Tails.
characters in this game because they're Sonic and Tails. That was just a random couple of names that I threw out there. Anyway.
Don't sue
Blonic.
us, Sega, please.
Blonic.
Blailes.
Well.
Blaile.
Yeah, so you guys split up the duo that is Sonic and Tail, and you guys get to go where you need to go and end up at the Temple of the High Planetary. You are all here now. What is your plan?
I give a diamond to Elowen. I give a diamond to Rhea.
How much is this diamond worth?
300.
Sorry, mine too.
300. Nell has one, and then I will also give one to Abe.
I wonder if this is just in case something happens, because I have, I guess you have the ability to fly too. Okay, that's fine. My worry would be like if I flew off somewhere and died up there, as no one can get me and I have this, but you can fly.
Don't worry. I can get to you no matter where you are.
Drac did it. Drac killed him.
Lightning wings.
Drac is a small creature.
You have clawed feet.
We look at
Drac is
Drax's
the
feet,
size
and
of
his
it.
feet are actually so small in
Really
comparison to his body. We've just never noticed.
That's like me in real life.
He's like, what's
Wait, really?
My feet are like size 9.5 and I'm 6'7". I'm tiny.
Oh my
feet.
god!
Whoa.
What the hell? I have
God.
size 10 feet. So our
Anyway.
feet like the same. Anyway, let's talk about feet for the next
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah, remember, guys, this is getting saved on the internet.
Oh.
I am.
Perpetuity.
Oh Lord. All right, let's. I head inside. Simply can't.
At this
While
point,
we're outside, I'll relay
Yeah, tell us
everything to the
everything.
group that we had figured out. Small reptilian creatures, footprints were there. He probably turned into a spy since his meeting with Kardrak. It seemed like he wanted to die.
Strange.
Less so that he is not, or this is not his body, but more so that he has been possessed in some way.
Yeah, it does seem like the Hillip that returned was still our Hillip, but something changed. I think it's fair to say that the enemy has every weakness that the Ascendancy has at this point in their tool belt.
That's horrifying.
Okay. So then, what, if anything, should we ask this dead body?
I think what happened at the meeting.
Okay, yeah, I think I was going to do that. And then Eowyn had something about relationship with Kardrak, if there's anything there. That would be good to ask too. But we still get 3 more, so if anyone has
3
any
more.
ideas, please.
Okay.
What size
If-
feet do you have?
I don't know if that's really...
think-
Oh, okay.
Now, does the questions have to be answered in like a very specific thing, or could we? Let's assume that.
They don't
you
have to
know.
be yes or no.
Okay. What if? What do you want the Seekers to know?
Oh, interesting.
Does he want us to know anything though?
I
well,
think that
if you s-
that answers
him?
that question a bit. But if dead him is still him,
Maybe
if
we
it
ask.
was if it was a
Maybe- yeah.
spell,
I would ask that one first, perhaps. You know,
yeah. 'Cause
I
that
guess just
kind of might give us a bit of a gauge of like, is this
Like what?
the Hillip who was on our side, or is this
yeah.
still controlled by Kardrak and however he turned him into a spy? Because I just don't believe that he was convinced. Didn't seem like in the journal I read that it was like, oh, I had this great meeting with Kardrak and suddenly I'm on board. It was just days without writing and then went back to normal.
Very strange. Okay, so I'll start with that one, and then still got 2 more after that. So.
We can leave it open ended for now based on what we get,
We
because
can,
it might
yes. The
inform
spell lasts for
something.
10 minutes, so as long as we wrap up all the questions in that time, then we're good to go.
Okay.
ask about what happened with, well, happened with Ferrick also, but perhaps you figured it out from investigating the crime scene.
Well, we could also ask him. I guess that will come up in the meeting question, right? Whatever happened to him that turned him into a spy?
We can start with these 3 and see.
I wish we could tell him his bird's okay.
Could
Your
we not?
bird's okay. Do you know of any other creatures that have
I mean, isn't it only
reptilian-like
specific-
feet?
It's specifically that we can only ask 5 questions. That's just a
true.
statement.
Yeah, I don't know if it would land.
This, it is just a corpse. It's just memory. It's not the soul.
Yeah. Should we ask about the footprint? Is that one of the ones we already have?
I don't have anything about that footprint.
Could I ask,
It
Why-
means anything.
yeah, why was there
Yeah.
a small reptilian footprint near your dead body?
Yeah, like what does that belong to?
Maybe, yeah.
Mind, well, the answers may be cryptic. So,
Mm-hmm. I think Null's idea is good of leaving some open.
yeah, I have 4 written down, but I think having 1 open just in case he drops a lord bomb on us or something, and we need to follow up.
I think too, maybe after each, just hold a moment because we may decide whatever is written down is not relevant anymore. So
Well, I think first things first is we should just inspect the body.
yeah.
Then,
So are you going in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. A lot of you enter into the Temple of the High Planetary, very accustomed to its high ceilings and many empty pews and large statues at the very end of the hall. And as per the norm, there aren't many people in the pews praying, not really anybody walking around. There are a couple of guards in here, and the moment you guys come through the door, a guard next to the door says, "Seekers, the people watching over the body have been informed. You are head down towards the statues, take a left, you'll find the the infirmary, I suppose is the word that they would use."
has the body been touched at all?
As far as I'm aware, no. It was moved here after the crime scene was secured, and then we've had guard on watch.
Excellent.
All right. Well, we'll be here if you need anything.
Head on down.
All right. You guys make your way through the temple and past the statues as directed and into the infirmary, which is mostly candlelit. It's a nice, warm colored room. Many beds kind of made up, but nobody in them at the moment. And there's a single guard and a priest in a robe here as well. And the two of them look in your direction as you come in. The guard turns, and you can hear him say to the priest, "These are the Seekers. They will be conducting an investigation." And he turns back to you. "Greetings. Nobody's tampered with the body, so you are given permission to examine Hillip." And the guy seems a little sad about the whole situation, but he and the priest end up walking out.
I was gonna say,
Leaving-
could I roll an insight check to see if nobody's tampered with this body?
You may.
I mean,
Great
I'm not the
question.
greatest at this, but hey, we're gonna try, gamer. That's a whopping 4, baby.
You don't know.
Why was he so weird about that, dude?
Yeah, he was really weird about that. I mean, like, some
What?
people are just weird, but
Look, man, somebody's dead. Go. Why are you so weird about it?
you obtain no information.
Yep. Great. Classic.
It was a good question, though.
on
Hillip's-
over.
Hillip is, of course, as you might expect, drained of color. His long red hair laid down beside him. Same with his kind of red goatee. His eyes closed. He seems peaceful lying in bed with bandages over the wound that is central in his chest.
I use a detect magic again. Just to see if anything lights up apart from us.
Yeah, aside from you guys, you'll notice, unlike one of the drawers behind you, like one of the candles is actually magical, but other than that in the room, no.
Are his like possessions here, like what he was wearing?
They're like, his clothes are folded up and placed on a like a side table next to his bed.
Can I just go like through his just pockets or bags or anything that he might have had on him?
You find he had a coin purse. He had some scribbles on note paper, it looks like, and what he's got scribbled on there is going to be sticking around the circle, or at the house at the circle tonight. I think things are going into motion.
Ugh. Ooh,
How
this
the
feels not great.
How would he know that? That is a concern.
I mean, if he
I
was
mean,
sending information to Kardrak, perhaps Kardrak had a way of sending information to him magically.
How did Kardrak know things would be going into motion?
Maybe he's the one who's been listening in on our conversations.
But like, at what point did we send anything that would have been specific about Ferrick? Like, you know?
I did send him a message before we met him.
You
I
were reading
didn't
a
say
journal.
anything in there. I just said we wanted to meet.
You were reading a journal of Philip's before, yes? Is this his handwriting? This note?
They look the same?
It's a little messy, like it was written fast, but it is the same kind of penmanship, yeah.
The A's are still the A's, just a little sloppier.
I guess I wonder, when I worked with Lilila, I could write them to communicate. I wonder if this is a similar...
Would it light
There's
up
a
with
way that they
detect
could-
magic?
Well, didn't you already cast it?
Yeah, it should
Yes,
have.
that's true.
And you guys are aware that, like, sending parchment is a thing, but this is not that.
Yeah.
So,
That
like,
does
why
just feel
write
like...
this on a...
It feels like he's trying to communicate with somebody writing this. Unless maybe he was going to deliver it to somebody
That...
or had the opportunity.
Likes writing notes to himself.
What if he was being, like, watched at all times? He wrote that down, whatever's watching him could see it.
Yes, that's a good thought as well.
You're muted, babe.
I'm muted. Can I like open up his eyes and see if there's anything? I don't know, like any magical. Sorry, Adam.
You open his eyes, and it is just his eyes.
Okay.
I just take a quick, like, look around the body just to see if there's any other wounds than the chest wound. See if, like, it looked like maybe, like, there was more of a kerfuffle between the two.
Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
I'm not good at this. So average, 10.
Yeah, I mean, some wounds are more obvious than others, and, well, unfortunately, you didn't take the subclass of Learned that would have allowed you to be better at this.
No, I'm books. No one needs medicine, just books.
Technically, you're warfare.
That's true.
Since we know he fell backwards, at least that's the impression we got from the other area, I want to look to see if he had any injuries to his head. Like, try to move his hair around, see if his skull, like, was impacted, if his ears were bleeding, if there was any of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll have you make a medicine check with advantage.
Ooh, it's 10.
I mean, you lift the head and like move the hair, feel along the back of the head, and it does like feel like there is a bump on the back of his head, like he must have fell backwards.
Seems like we gathered from the scene that he fell backwards, potentially hitting his head. There seems to be a bump here.
You want me to take a closer look?
Certainly.
I think
Right.
there's anything else that could be discerned from this head bump, Denny.
No, not really.
Okay.
You've confirmed what he has found.
Okay, cool.
So we're good to ask the questions then?
I believe so. All right. Drac will take out some incense and set up a little ritual.
And just as you're doing that, you hear from back the door from whence you guys came through. Hey, what are you guys doing here? And looking over, it's one Nivara Quillanthri, poking her head through the door into the infirmary.
I'll go over to her and just kind of grab her hand and pull her in and close the door.
Oh, okay. Well, what are you guys
Hey.
doing here?
We have a lot to talk about that's about serious shit, unfortunately. And I'll explain it all in a second. Did you hear about what had happened with Hillip?
Yeah, well, I mean, they brought him in.
Yeah. We've been tasked to investigate, so we're going to be casting some magic and asking his body some questions. But you can either stay here with us, but if you're not comfortable with that, you can wait outside, but I would stay close to the guards. And I'll explain why after. It shouldn't take too long.
Did you get a chance to talk to my mom at all? Is she okay?
She is. We'll talk about that after.
Okay, this is probably the most serious I felt that we've been, so yeah, I'll go wait outside. It's and she gives you a quick peck on the cheek and scuttles away. Then she looks back at the rest of you. None of you say anything. Then she smiles and leaves.
All right. Gideon, I'm sorry in advance.
Yep, no problem.
Drac will ignite the incense, and then
Oh, wait, I cast Bless.
that won't help me.
Well, what is it? What the fuck does it do? Does it not
It's
help you?
Saving
Attacks,
throws and
saving
attack
rolls.
rolls. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how to read. Sorry. What am I thinking about? Guidance?
Yeah.
I could give you
cast
luck,
guidance.
Yeah.
I'll like put
Well,
a,
you cast guidance. I'll do luck in a
yeah,
minute. It's
I'll
all
put a
good.
hand on Drac for his first question, just like letting the cosmos calm you a little and give you guidance.
Thank you. And Drac will blow all the incense out, causing a little bit of smoke to rise in the chamber, which then gets sucked into the mouth of Hillip as he takes in a breath, and his body rises up.
and he just sits there kind of like he was in a daze, his eyes slightly open, as if he was just woken up from a very deep sleep. He's kind of a little unstable.
Hillip Rowe, what do you want the Seekers of Sacramund to know?
I ended up dying in Balesville. Kardrak is not to be trusted, nor are the Arturian guards I went with.
Okay, so I feel like we need to know if the entire Arturian Knights are an issue, or like just the guards because they were taken over. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The ones that went.
Wait.
Yeah, but like,
I do, just because we do have a few questions.
yeah.
Limited. He did
I'll say
say
we
the
can-
guards he was sent with.
He did
Would
say
he
the
not
guards he
have
was sent
said the Arturian Knights if
I
it was
guess
all of
so.
them?
Yeah, I think it's just the guards.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So if we still have anything at the end, then we maybe should ask which ones those are, because
Yeah,
a bunch of them
the
are
journal, right?
Was it?
Yeah. Right, Denny?
What?
The 2 guards he was sent with were in the journal.
Or,
Escape.
I don't think anybody got named in the journal.
Oh, okay.
Someone should
Wait.
know, though. We could ask anyone else on the list.
We could ask Ferrick when we talk to him. That's fine.
True. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I now know.
I will ask him how he died.
Yeah.
Hillip Rowe, how did you die in Balesville?
The circumstances are a little fuzzy to me. I was meeting with Kardrak, and then it got a little strange. My guards restrained me, and then gone after a brief struggle. Like I just ceased. Like I was paralyzed.
Okay. We found a small reptilian footprint near your body. Does that mean anything to you?
No, I don't know what that could mean. Take your time, no pressure. This is the Balesville hospitality.
Oof. Friends, I need some help here.
How many more questions do we have?
I have 2 left.
Maybe who all was in the room with Kardrak? What if there were other people on his side there?
I'll ask that question.
In the room with us, it was Kardrak, the Arturian Knights that were with me, and the Lady Kate of Bexley was also there.
one more question. Tell him to name the knights, or should we get that from other places?
I think we can find it out. Elowen's right. It doesn't
Should
seem
we
like
ask him if there's anything he wants us to tie up for him?
Well, yeah, that'd be nice. Because he doesn't seem to remember anything once he was taken over, so I don't know if we're gonna get anything like that. It'd be nice to do something for him.
Yeah, actually, I wonder. I'm just like going over the notes from the journal. Like, I wonder if the people who were against Kardrak, because it was almost unanimous support, just wondering if their favor, like, all of a sudden changed in the time he was there. Like, if someone who one day was like, I don't know if I'm about Kardrak, was suddenly like, oh, Kardrak's the best.
You're muted.
If he's
Well, he's not muted, just
No,
quiet.
Low, sick voice. Mike doesn't want to pick it up. It might be worth asking. I think. I mean, that's the best question we got. So.
As much as I'd love to help him out with his loose ends, I think there's something more important than...
You're muted, Christy.
What I was saying was on front. I was saying we'll give a good home to his bird, and like, so.
Okay.
Unless he has like a loose end that might help us. I don't know.
I just kind of feel like he wasn't. It's clear that people are being brainwashed there, right? Like, we know that's happening. What are we going to get out of this question?
What if we ask him if he implicitly trusts the other members of the Learned Circle, or if there's anything about them that we should know?
Great question.
That's a good question.
Okay, we'll do that one then. One more question, Hillip. Is there anything we should know about the other members of the Learned Circle?
As flawed as they are, I was honored to be able to sit on the council with them. Despite their flaws, they were some of the best and brightest. I would trust them with my... Well, what good that does. And he exhales that incense that you breathed into him and softly lies back down in the bed.
Rest well. You've earned it. He'll close his eyes.
Gideon puts a gold coin on his chest.
I'm sorry, Gideon.
How long's he been dead for?
Less than 24 hours.
Well, he said he died in Balesville. How long ago was that?
3 days before Barrier Day.
A very long time ago then.
Too long to save him then, yeah.
Unfortunately. I thought about it.
We take extremely advanced magic, unfortunately.
It's just us in the room. Like, look around, there's no priests with us or anything.
Nope.
I think we need to let the Learned Circle know about the guards, the ones that can't be trusted, before they have them on their, defense patrol and suddenly they get taken over too.
We have to let Baldane know.
Also get a list of the Arturian Knights that retreated from Balesville.
Yeah.
Those that were stationed there long before any of this. The ones that arrested some of us, even.
Yep.
Azaria, make a history check for me. Elowen, you can too.
Ow.
Could I just give Elowen help?
Yes.
28.
In regards to the Arturian Knights that were in Balesville when you guys were there. You remember when Hillip and Ferrick had given you the offer of becoming heroes of the realm, that Ferrick had brought up that there was a mysterious death amongst the Arturian Knights in Balesville that they were currently wanting to look into. And the leader of that group that arrested you was named Ewain. It was also the same name of the person that died.
Got me out here with just the biggest web ever friggin' seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
To also let the Learned Circle know that Balesville likely has every weakness at their disposal.
And I think perhaps it is I believe this is time sensitive. Things are going into motion tonight. And something is starting, right?
Wasn't
Think-
that like in reference to like his death and like that kicking everything off?
It might be.
What is everything though? His death is certainly not the only thing.
4 left, so who's
Well-
separated from them? Baldane.
Yeah. There's also the thought of like, if 2 of the guards that are left to station Ferrick are 2 that are under Gardrek's control
No,
in the cell. Like,
we have to get to that cell. I can send Ferrick a message to see if he's okay.
Okay, what we need to
There
do,
now.
we need to know immediately who the 2 are and where they're stationed. Because if Ferrick is okay, but then they're there and they kill him anyways, what good does that do? Someone needs to go back to the Learned Circle and tell them all in person what we learned. We have to take Navera home, get her stuff. We need to divide and conquer. But I think first things first, a very strategic sending to get the information of those guards, because we need to know who they are, because I don't want it to be like the one that escorts us, you know?
You're right. Okay.
So maybe something
I
to
ask-
Baldane.
Baldane, or should I ask Ferrick?
Can you cast it more than once if Ferrick's already dead?
Yes, I can cast it with more energy if I need to later.
Okay. So
I think
y-
there's a chance that us messaging Ferrick tipped this thing off.
You think we should
If-
avoid it?
I think we
If
do
he's
it in
dead,
person.
he's already dead. He's been in their care for 24 hours.
Yep.
in that case, I mean, if we're going to the Learned Circle anyways, someone could go to them, a group can go to them, inform them. The other 2 can go up to Cloud Reacher, inform Baldane, because he's at Frostjaw Tower. But I mean, at the very least, like if we message Baldane and we know where those guards are, because like, I guess it depends how we want to divide and conquer, right? Like I don't want to bring a guard escort and have those guards be the ones that we need to be wary of.
Don't like the idea of splitting up again, but if we need to, we need to.
The big
Might be
city.
the most expedient.
So Pleasure.
Say the Learned Circle is as safe as they can be right now. I
Yeah.
They
think
have multiple guards with them.
they're in
They're
as
in a
close
fort.
to a fortress as they can get outside of Frost Jaw Tower. Sorry, it's been a
Mel,
long
did you
day.
want to grab Nivara?
Yeah.
I
do.
know. Worry that should have her.
I'll actually just like poke my head out, and then if she's in the hallway still.
Muted, buddy.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, she's actually just like right outside the door, like leaning up against the wall, like, oh, are you guys done?
I'll just kind of grab her hand and pull her inside and close the door. I literally just forgot what I was pulled you in here to ask.
I just think she should. I think we should have her on her.
Oh yes. So things are pretty fucked up right now. Silver lining, your mom doesn't think you're safe here in Brolbar and thinks you'd be safer at the keep with us. And we have been tasked to bring you home, get you to collect your stuff, and then come back with us.
That's too many feelings at one time. I don't know whether to be happy or scared for my mother.
Yeah. We have a bit of information that we'll be giving to the Learned Circle. We do think that they're in the safest place they can be right now. And I know it's scary. It is what we are here to do, though. We're going to try our best to keep them safe, to keep this city safe.
Oh, all right. You could see that she's actually become like. She seems to be stressing a bit.
That's fair. I'm just gonna like, grab both of her hands and like try and get her to just like look at me. I know it's a lot right now, and I think you're in for a stressful just couple of hours, but then we're going to handle it and we're going to figure it out. Do you trust me?
I do, yes. And as the two of you are locking eyes,
She
Her-
stabs me.
her caramel-colored eyes shift hue, matching yours. And it looks like the color drains from her hair, also to match
Oh.
yours.
Hey, why?
What?
What's happening?
What?
I just look at everyone else. Guys?
You,
Don't. What is everything okay?
Did you cast this thingy on yourself, or you just?
You,
Her
What?
hair has changed color.
your hair, it's not...
I don't know what that means.
Are you?
Help.
Are you a changey
Can we
thing?
detect magic? Zarya?
Yeah, go ahead.
Drac?
Zarya's
I can't
still
do
up.
it.
I'll detect magic again. Got one last first level spell slot after this.
I can do it. It's
Okay.
I have more. Detect magic.
No spell has been cast. Her hair and eyes have changed color through her own volition.
Changeling.
Hmm.
Hi, Farah. When you went to the Prolium and you didn't look like yourself, how did you do that?
That was magic. I used to disguise self-spell.
Right. Have you ever had that happen where you didn't cast something intentionally?
I think my hair used to be browner, but I thought that was just natural.
like actually surprised by this? Is she putting on a show?
Make an insight check.
You make an insight check.
Honestly.
I love doing that every time. It's like +9.
The kind of like stress, fear of the situation, and also in combination with this kind of like moment of realization. Being honest.
That's okay.
Is there any changeling blood in your family?
I don't know. I mean, my mom's an elf, and my dad was human, so unless one of them wasn't. Oh, I don't know.
Kind of the thing with changelings, isn't it?
Well, okay,
Hey,
that's
hey,
something
that's-
else to deal with.
It's okay.
I'm just
but
going
it's
to.
okay. It's okay.
I'm going to like just grab her and pull her into like a bear hug, and then I'm gonna look over at Gideon. Can you help her? I
Just
think
like
she just needs to be a bit calmer right now.
she's taking deep breaths.
You got it. Gideon radiates with that radiant aura, and sort of just reaches his hand out. Says, "Just if you wish to relax a little bit and take control of yourself in this situation, just take my hand and breathe in pace with me."
And now you feel her relax in your arms, and Gideon, she whips out her hand to grab yours, and is just like squeezing it tightly. And then, like, the magic kind of kicks in, and the grip loosens a bit, and she breathes in rhythm with you. And the color returns to her hair. And now when she looks up at you, her eyes have returned to her caramel color. And she turns to
Okay.
Gideon. Thank you.
Never a problem.
All right, guys, we need to. However you want to divide up, but my priority now is getting her home, grabbing stuff, and going back to the keep. And anything else that needs to happen to the city can happen with you or later. But this has to take precedent for me.
I understand.
Mhm.
I'm staying. They killed
Yes.
Hillip.
Yeah, I think time's of the essence with everything now.
I do agree with Abe that maybe we should hold off on sending any more spell-like messages. We can get around the city quick enough with our best friends. So,
At least no important information over spells.
Yeah.
Not just take Navara with us.
Guess so.
I
just-
also
There is a
if-
teleportation circle at our keep, yes?
Yes, there is.
well, I could draw a circle. She could go home now.
Do you have anything you need to pick up from home, though? It might be a while that you're with us.
I mean, if I'm going to stay at your keep for a while, I should probably get some stuff. Or maybe we could have somebody go back and get it. I don't know. The house would probably be
We
locked
could
at
get
that
it
point.
later as well.
Okay. No.
Do you have a key that you can maybe entrust to Nell, and Nell can get your stuff for you?
She looks at Nell. Yeah, I could do that. We could do that. If you're okay.
I look at Drac. Can you... Sending feels like such a double-edged blade at this current moment, but can you message Finn and tell him to meet her at the circle?
Did he not already go home?
I think we established he was there because he moved all the shit yesterday, so it's kind of loosey
Not
goosey. But
just-
Yeah, he's still
Send a
kicking around.
note with her.
Okay.
but I think
The circle is just in the front courtyard.
It's
Yeah.
across from
Is it?
the it's across from where the stables are, which is kind of outside the main portcullis that leads into
Right.
your guys' courtyard.
I'm saying, could we not send a note for
so. I don't want to just send her by herself if I'm staying in the city. You know, I want someone to be there to meet her. I guess. Oh, I don't want to
I
waste
just worry
the
that
spell.
those sendings will be more important.
Yeah.
Stables are nearby the thing. Monty should be nearby. And Monty's, if anything, a very welcoming gentleman. So, I'm sure he would be happy to help. Tyrone as well, if he's nearby.
He'll be in the library.
He had
That's
class
fair.
this afternoon.
Well, I'm
Um,
sure the teleportation is allowed when things arrive, so I'm sure Monty will hear it.
How like stressed is she looking?
She's like calmed down, but she's kind of like zoning out too.
Okay, what do we need to do in the city? We need to go to the circle. We need to go to Frostjaw.
Dr. Ferrick.
Yeah,
That's a frost jaw.
yeah.
Is that the Frostjaw? No, he's held below Skyreacher, right?
Oh,
That's
yes.
correct.
I think we should take her with us.
Might just be safer with us.
I've suddenly become very paranoid of several of our hired staff.
Why is that?
We have no way of knowing who's been hilliped and who hasn't.
Where did we hire our guards from?
They came with the key.
He might not be talking
Captured.
about the guards, Gideon.
What did you say, Adam? I think you.
Our
got cut off.
Major Domo. Adam forgets his name. Abe would
Oh.
know it.
Mikolek.
Shit.
Mikulek.
Yeah.
We have him literally captured by Kardrak at one point.
Oh.
And Gideon, we can't rule out that Monty was also in this situation.
All right.
Understood.
It's innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I just. Boy, I really want to see this Kardrak fella now. I really want to see him face to face, you know?
We'll get that chance, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But for now, let's do what we can. Let's take Naivara with us. We can move all together, or we can split into groups of 3. I don't think we should do 2s.
Twos is out of the question.
Alright, what do we want to do then?
Maybe just stay as a group, especially if we've got Naivara with us.
Great. We can't hear you, Adam.
I have another theory about Ferrick. He may seek the same fate that Hillip had in his office when confronted. He may try to get himself killed.
You think whatever went after Hillip?
Maybe. We're not... Hillip was dead for 10 days. A long time. Is there magic that could sustain an empty husk for that long that had a personality?
Probably a very powerful spellcaster at that point. But I wonder if there's like creature that could do that, like a lizard that gets into your...
My thought was some sort of parasite, perhaps.
I know, like, I'm not a great talker. I don't know what I'd get out of talking to Ferrick, and you all know everything I know at this point.
If anyone should talk to him, it actually should be me, because I'm the best at convincing people to tell me what they know.
Well, if there is some
Just
kind of a
hit 'em with
parasite,
this-
I would like to go to the Arcanet and just see if there's any books that I can find on parasites, I guess reptile parasite things.
I could come with you. I know a spell we can read really fast.
Great.
Well,
We
the
just
thing
need one
about-
more person, so we're not going into a smaller group.
The thing that I want to ask Ferrick about would be possible if I could hit him with a spell that could make him tell the truth. Right? So wouldn't that be useful? Determine like if he's actually Ferrick?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Okay. So do we want to then split up, or are we staying together? Because I thought we were going to stay together.
And then Azaria made a great point.
As they are wont to do, yes.
But good to come with everyone. I guess my only thoughts are
Azaria and
Brigade.
I could split off on our own. I can have a telepathic communication up with one of you. We can do some reading. The four of you can make sure Navarra's safe. Afterwards.
and if you want to ensure that we get there fine, why don't we all go there? You're leaving us at a library, surrounded by a bunch of spellcasters.
could be worse.
I still don't
See.
like it, but it's about as safe as you can get, I think.
All right, it's settled.
Alright. Off we go to the Arcanet first then.
Fantastic. So
And with no guard escort, correct?
I think we're fine on our own.
I just want to make sure like they don't feel like they have to, because I don't want them to come with us.
they'll go if you ask them, but they haven't specifically been assigned to take you around places.
Okay, good.
All right. So a lot of you collect Naivara, let the priests and the guards know that they can resume watch over the body, and make your way over to the Arcanet. You guys are getting quite familiar with the city at this point, and also flipping the coin for Sonique and Tail. You rush your way on over to the Arcanet, drop off Azaria and Elowen, and the remainder of you. Where is it that you're going?
Either Crossjaw or the Cloud Reacher Hill Prison, whatever. it's
Underhill
called.
Prison? All right, yeah.
Yeah.
So those are basically the same vicinity, so you're basically going one direction. So Azaria and Elowen, the two of you Arcanet affiliate individuals, excluding now, make your way into the library. You've got your clearances. You're fine to peruse through the materials and whatnot. So what are you trying to look for?
Yes. Maybe I'll talk to... I don't have my Arcanet document open to remember everyone's title. The people who are in charge of the library to find books to get help, but anything on parasitic creatures that might be able to control someone, magic that could control someone after death. But I am specifically not the idea of like a necromancer just bringing up skeletons or zombies, like controlling someone to the point that they're still them to everyone other than the caster. Maybe would know the truth. Yeah, those are probably the two biggest topics that come to mind. I will mention maybe in creatures with reptilian feet in that list of creatures, but I don't know if that has anything to do with that or something random.
All right, Nelwyn has established 1 hour of telecommunication. Who have you synced that to?
I did it with Drac.
With Drac. All right. So, Azari, you'd speak with the Mavendray of the library, which I also had to pull up the document to remember. And the Goliath gentleman behind the desk refers you to one of the candle bearers who is going to help you find books out of the stacks. Between you and Elowen, let's make this an investigation check. You can have advantage, or you can do it separately.
I think you're better. I can give you advantage.
31.
All right. Well, this will require use of the tireless spell, Elowen, so just mark
okay.
off.
If we're doing that, I'd have to be Azaria. We will be tired tomorrow. Is that going to be okay? Are we going to have a problem in 24 hours?
I mean, I think, well, if something that requires me being tired happens tomorrow, I am very unequipped overall. I'm fucked either way.
Great. All right, let's go for it.
But the two of you start. Is it concentration, that spell? It probably isn't, is it?
No.
Wow, busted. Anyway, so the two of you begin zipping through books. I didn't make it. I didn't make the spell. We tailored it.
But you gave it to me.
I gave it to you, and I love it.
Handed me the spell scroll.
Yes, I sure did. I didn't even think about concentration, but no, that actually wouldn't make sense for it to have concentration, so it's a great spell. So the two of you begin zipping through books. Bestiaries, medical documents, magical documents, like what could have caused Hillip to retain his personality and yet seemingly become a different person. There are very few notes, but there's documentation that dates back to even before the Battle of Brill Bar in the Underearth, where apparently there were someone briefly report, not enough information has been gathered, but seemingly there are creatures that resemble and are roughly the equivalent size of a brain with reptilian feet.
Yeah.
And somebody had reported after getting into a fight and killing somebody that suddenly this creature appeared adjacent to the body and scuttled off. And upon examination of the body, the head cavity was empty.
Y'all should hop back over to the temple.
We could go back.
Yeah. I think this is all we'll find.
This feels pretty spot on, doesn't it?
It's the only thing that checks all the boxes. That is
We go back and check. See the body.
Yeah, and maybe I'd need a priest's help. I'm not medically trained to do anything like that.
I mean, I could try, but if the priests are there, if we trust them,
And
They're gonna have quite. I don't know if I'm good enough to be able to cut a head open and then put it back together like it didn't happen, you know?
yeah, I think it's part of the investigation. I think we can go with that. We have been given clearance to investigate this thing.
as soon as we do this, though, once they'll know if there is no brain in there. That will be a clear sign to those priests, and if they say anything, else, the information could spread quickly.
Or we just keep this to us. We don't know for sure, but it's the best bet we've got, and it keeps the information a little more tightly guarded.
I do just worry that there are other spies, and once they realize how much we know, it could cause problems.
If this thing can jump out of the body it was in when it was dead, it could be in Ferrick, it could be in anyone.
It's true.
Those guards that he didn't trust probably are infected by the same parasite. And as Abe said, Monty and their, what's his name? I have it written down.
Mikulek.
I had it, I looked at it, I was like, how do I pronounce this? It's... The scary part is also a code word between us doesn't prevent this.
And help. It's true.
Should we get back to the group, or do you want to
Well,
check the body? I'll leave.
I'll message
us.
Strack, and I'll let you know what we found.
But
That's
do you?
the scariest thing you've ever said to me in any time ever.
It's not great, no. We could go back and try to check the body. I just worry that it will make our intentions very well known.
They may not be burying the body for a little bit, so we might still have time to do that later.
Okay.
But yeah, I think maybe just come meet up with us.
Well, you do currently walk at 3 times the speed of a normal human, so...
That's true. We're so fast,
Oh.
Azaria. We gotta do
And I
everything
can-
today
and I
in the
can
next
double
24 hours.
dash.
Yeah, the two of you actually look around the library and realize that everybody else is moving in, like, slow motion.
We,
And
put
people are,
us
like,
back
looking
at
at the
super
two of you.
speed.
And Drac, that message came through quick, but you kind of picked up what Elowen was saying.
I was searching stuff during that. In what they learned, did they learn like what's on the description on like Roll20 about like protection from evil and good
No.
being super useful?
Also, the people at home don't realize, but they took a guess at what this might be during the break, so Christy learned what an intellect devour is.
Hell yeah.
So,
Hardly a guess, Denny. It was deductive reasoning.
We just figured
It's
it
the
out.
problem that you have a lot of DMs in this group. We're
Yeah.
like, oh,
I haven't confirmed anything. It could
So
be
we
another brain
don't-
monster with lizard legs.
It's the devourer intellect.
Ah!
Devour intellect.
Everything is but it's French, yes?
Oh, yes, Sonic
no.
is not spared.
So we
No.
don't know any spells that are useful.
The only
Not
documented
good.
sighting of this thing is somebody killed somebody, and then a braid appeared and scuttled away. That's as much research as been documented.
Damn it. Fucking.
Do it the old-fashioned way.
We'll discover this by having our brains eaten.
Yeah, for science.
I do love science.
This is the hardest I've ever wanted to meta in my goddamn life. Because I'm like, if I just knew, I could fucking spend a day casting it on every single person that works for us. And then if they were, it would hop out. That seems like the only way you know if someone is taken
Yeah.
over.
Does kill the
Oh.
person, though.
A lot of
Well,
holy water to spend, too.
too
yeah, and
bad.
it's just...
Better they be dead than frickin' potentially harmful to us down the line. So.
They are already dead. Like,
You
if the
could
thing is in their
also-
head.
You could also zone a truth them and be like, hey, do you got a parasite in your brain?
Does that
I
work?
know that.
Well, I think the intellect
Um,
devourer doesn't have a parasite in its head because it's the parasite. So technically, it doesn't.
Are
you
you?
a parasite?
I guess
Wow.
we'll
You
try
have to
it.
tell me if you're a parasite.
Did you get
I
a
mean, we're
new
gonna go-
brain?
Oh god,
You have
the
time
brain
noodle
store.
is
yeah.
Pete.
fucking hate this.
All right, to the place. Where do you want to go first, gang?
Who even gives a shit anymore? I'm in hell. This is so
Okay.
this is
I
so
think we talk
fucking
to Ferrick
scary.
first.
You want to talk to
Ugh.
Ferrick first?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go talk to Ferrick first.
All right. So, funnily enough, you can access
Don't
the
say that.
Underhill prison by going to Frostjaw Tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like in relation to that thing we were just talking about.
All right. Which one of you was actually an intellect devourer this entire campaign?
Oh, I don't like
God.
that.
If I had
I
to
really-
guess, it would
I
be
really-
me.
It's
Fucking
Yeah.
Gideon.
that.
Yeah.
Gideon.
We all know who it is.
Get him!
Oh,
Don't fucking don't you do that. Don't you dare.
Yeah, all right. We roll up.
All right.
Well, I guess then let's talk to Baldane super fast since we're here.
as you all pull up and you receive Elowin's quick message, you now have some new information. Azari and Elowin are now booking it through the streets, and maybe they'll catch up in time. Or doing other tasks because they have super speed, whatever. They're definitely faster than Sonic and Tail.
Yeah.
Um,
All
Or
right.
for my life.
So
Yeah, is Baldane?
Baldane first, or is that
Well,
harder to
'cause-
get to?
No, but we're at Frostjaw. He's here, so let's just ask if he's available quickly, and then we're going to the prison, right?
I still think we should talk to Ferrick first.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
Anything's happened with Baldane, it's already happened.
All I'm asking Baldane is who the two fucking people were. You know, that's all I want to know from him.
It was 4.
Yeah, there's 4.
Okay, who the four soldiers were. That's all I have to ask him. I want to know, so we can be taking care of that before we interview Ferrick.
Okay, that's a good idea.
If he's available, he's probably doing shit, but we can ask.
The heroes of the realm. We can do anything.
So you guys step inside?
Yep.
Fantastic. So, the main entryway that you guys have seen of Frostjaw Tower before, at least the couple of you have been in here. I guess you all sold stuff to them. So, yeah, you guys have been here. The place is pretty empty, with the exception of one Arturian Knight seated at a table nearby and who kind of looks in your direction as you guys come in. Say, good day, how can we help you?
Is Baldane around and available? It's important. It's the heroes of the realm. If he is, we need to speak with him.
Yes, he's around, but he's probably taking care of some paperwork from the previous night events.
This is relevant to that, and we only need 5 minutes of his time.
Oh, it's in regards to the 4 Arturian Knights who were dead overnight?
Yeah, you could say that.
All right.
Yep.
Well, I'll go up and confirm if he can take a meeting from the Seekers at the moment. One moment. And this person goes up the stairs into the higher level.
Boy.
Hey, Denny, this is the most stressed I have ever been. I just need you to know that.
Naivara's also like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, you're better off not knowing, to be honest.
I don't know.
At least for now, we'll tell you later.
As a point of note, she is getting kind of like a calming vibe from my aura, so hopefully that's helpful. But
oh yeah, probably. The Arturian Knight comes back down, like part way down the stairs. He's like, yeah, you can make your way up. Have you visited with the Armadon before?
not this one. And I just push past him.
All right.
I'm
Well.
sorry. She means no offense. She's just stressed.
Been
Yeah,
a day, sir.
I think we're all kind of in that boat at the moment. If you need me, I'll be back down at this table.
Thank you. You're doing a good job. Pat him on the shoulder.
There's like a sense of he doesn't know whether to believe it or not. Like a bit of a self-doubt kind of thing, but he goes back down. You guys make your way up to the second level.
Before we go into the office, I'm going to turn back around. Gideon,
Yep.
I don't think we all need to go in, and I think I need to go in because I can potentially convince him of things. Can you stay out here with Nivera, please? Unless you want to come in and we'll figure it out, but...
That's fine. I'll stay with
Thank you.
Nivera.
You want one of us also to stay with Nibera?
I think just the one is fine. I just don't want to leave her alone out here, but I don't really want to be parading her around in front of the rest of the Learned Circle stuff, you know. I guess we could. I don't know if it matters. I don't fucking know if anything matters right now.
Okay. Your first instinct was a good one. We'll go with that.
All right. Yeah, we'll be good out here.
I'll just squeeze her hand and then knock on the door.
Yes, come in. And entering into the room, which Azari and Drek have seen before. The blonde dwarf with the militaristic attire sits behind the desk and is currently like shuffling through papers and like is quite frustrated in his appearance. But he looks up at the lot of you. Take yours, how can I help you? I assume you're part of the investigation.
Well, we were part of an investigation, only to find out there's another one happening.
Yes, so in addition to my, I suppose my apprentice, so to say, was arrested for the murder of Hillip. Yes, we've had 4 Arturian Knights that didn't wake up this morning. Their beds. So, unfortunately, I'm writing to those families and telling them the unfortunate news.
Have their bodies been inspected?
They are... Yes, well, they are going to be.
Were they by chance the 4 guards that accompanied Hillip Rowe to Balesville?
One moment there, and he is rifling through the desk and trying to find documentation. Alright, yeah, so on. What do you know?
I just look at Drac and Abe. I don't even know. Does it fucking matter if he has one too? Like, this is awful.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Well, we're on the precipice of knowing something very dire about what's happening in this city. There's creatures.
Up.
I don't even know how to explain this in a way that doesn't sound fucking ridiculous, but...
Well, if it helps, these were the 4 same people that went to Balesville with Ferrick. Or not Ferrick,
Well,
sorry.
Did
Hillip.
you say it does matter or it doesn't matter?
I said it does matter. I
Yeah,
said
okay.
no, stop.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you said it
Sorry.
doesn't matter. Oh, okay, then I wouldn't have said that. Because I
Well-
would have actually heard Abe. But
If you guys were deliberating amongst yourselves, he'd still be like, well, yes, those were the 4 individuals who went with Hillip to Balesville. You think there's a connection?
we do. We're not entirely sure what it is yet. It could be bad. We're piecing it together, but it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, none of it makes sense.
You said they died in their sleep?
Supposedly they never woke up anyway, so when they were called to their duty and they did not come, they were checked upon and they were still in their beds. No pulse, no air, no breath.
Does he seem like he's telling the truth about his reactions to this?
I will roll your dice.
But if he does, it doesn't matter. I can handle this. This is so scary. Ugh.
He's
Jesus.
he is being truthful.
If that even means anything.
Could you tell us where the bodies are, and would we be able to look at them?
Well,
Perhaps not immediately, but...
if it's part of the investigation, I have no trouble with it. It's always heavy. I don't like any of this. But the bodies are still downstairs, actually. They have not yet been moved. They are to be moved. They'll be taken to the temple for proper blessing and burial.
All right.
We have our own infirmary downstairs. That's where they are.
Okay. Are you involved in the investigation of Ferrick at all?
I have spoke with him. And he tells me he didn't mean to kill him. But unfortunately...
You plan to speak to Ferrick as well, so...
Alright, well, you're free to... It was never in our duty to ever kill a learned. I don't think he meant to do this. Like, it's an unfortunate circumstance for him. And it certainly does make things look pretty bad.
Indeed.
Well, if there's nothing more I can help you with, you have a gander at those bodies, go down, talk to Ferrick. He's down in the Underhill. You've got free reign.
Thank you, sir.
Keep safe.
You as well. Watch your back.
You know what? It wouldn't be so bad. It would get me out of this paperwork. If it only went for the rest of these people, they'd be without leadership. But I'll keep it going. And you just
Morbid
like kind of...
sense of humor. Have a good day.
If you're not smiling, you're crying. And he puts his face back down into his work. And you get back outside. And Gideon and Ivar are still there. Gideon, nothing terribly interesting happened.
Yeah,
You and
he was
Ivar
just
were just...
standing guard.
Yep, just chilling. Like, there aren't very many Arturian Knights out here. Like, this is kind of their, like, kind of living area, so to say. Like, normally they'd be, like, playing cards here, maybe having a drink and, like, socializing. But with the somber attitude, it seems like most of them tried to get out of the tower for the day.
I turn once we're outside, if there's no like guards around in the hallway.
There is, like, this is more like a landing of the second level. And there are, like, tables and stuff. And there is, like, one person here. One Arturian Knight. Who's just kind of reading.
Well, I guess I'll wait then. If we head down to the infirmary, I'll wait for somewhere that it's like a little bit like there's no one.
More private. Understood. So, if you go into the infirmary, You make your way back down to the main level. Ask the guy at the front, like, where's the infirmer? He points you through a door that kind of leads into a section underneath the stairs leading up to the next level. And you go in there. And kind of similar to the Temple of the High Planetary, there are a series of beds in here. Though this place feels more like less like a medical place and more like a let's patch him up and get him out there again kind of place. It's a bit more rough. But 4 of the beds in this room are occupied by still bodies laying motionless.
Are there any guards inside that aren't dead?
Currently not at the moment.
Okay, I return to the rest of the group. I literally don't know what we're supposed to do in this situation. If there were 5 of these, in each of the 4 and then 1 in Hillip, we have absolutely no way of knowing who is affected and who isn't.
Yep.
When we get to the Learned, I don't think this is something we can keep to ourselves. Even if one of them is infected, I don't know who or how or. I mean, clearly this was the whole point, right? If Hillip wanted to die, it was so that these things could be fucking released, so that they're here now. And who are they going to try and move on? The rest of the circle?
I imagine Ferrick and the rest of the circle, yeah.
Well, what good would it be to
Sark
take
is done
Ferrick?
now.
Well,
Yeah, what good,
well,
like,
the
There's
math
5
is,
remaining members.
There's 5 remaining members, and there's 4 guards and a Hillip, so that's 5.
Right. So they wouldn't go for Ferrick, they would go for Baldane.
Well, no, but there's Baldane, like there's the 4 Learned, and then there's Ferrick. Because one of the Learned is dead. There are 5 Learned, right? Or there's 6.
There's 6, right?
There were
6.
6.
Rats, I
Yeah.
can't count.
Also
All
dead.
right.
Yeah, I was muted.
so, I mean,
I can read
there's
your lips. You're good.
the one that was in Hillip could have fucking, I don't know. I mean, what's her face was in the building. How much can they jump? Like, did it go into the guard that collected her, and then he walked her home, and then it came
Congrats.
out, and then she went to sleep, and now it's in her. Like, so
Maybe.
Well, we know that when they leave their host, the host drops.
right, okay.
So when the host is no longer the host, the body is gone. It's limp. It's dead. So whoever it's in now, it's going to stay in. And until we find that somebody else is just randomly dropped dead, we're not going to know who they are in.
What are we
But
supposed to do?
Judging
Do
by
we-
what we've seen, I think Ferrick would be a worthy candidate to check.
How do we check? Do we
I don't know.
do the zone of
mean-
truth? Do we try that? We didn't try it just now in Baldane, but we
try.
also didn't tell him anything. Are we supposed to tell the rest of the Learned?
I don't know, do we like knock on his head? I don't know. All right, like
I know, and I know no one has the answer. We need to figure something out.
We will know. Don't worry. It's going to be okay. We're going to figure it out. I know we will. It's just going to take some time.
wait, did you send to Hillip after he was in? I guess after he died. Like
we
you-
did.
No, but like, did he
Baleful?
use the stone, or did you message him directly?
Ooh, that's a good question. Not one I know if I can answer.
Yeah, I don't even actually specifically remember.
Oh gosh.
What difference would it make though?
Well, one's like a stone you talk into. It doesn't really matter who's on the other end, and the other one appears to be linked to a name. At least when Drac decides who he's sending to.
I don't know if that makes a difference.
Well, I don't know what this little thing you could be called. Be called Gleek Glorp for all we know, and
But-
it's hiding in somebody's brain. All right.
I don't know if the name of the thing is what makes the difference. If it's taken over, it is essentially, for all intents and purposes, that person at that point. So I don't know if it matters.
Either I'm just theorizing, hoping to find an answer. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to knock on his head, and I don't want to do that. It's gonna be real embarrassing for him, I'm
I
sure.
don't know if that would make a difference either. There's a creature in his head or something. It wouldn't be hollow, right?
Well, maybe if we open his mouth, make a little noise.
Okay,
Shoot.
so
No, maybe it takes the space of the brain into. I don't know how these things work, Drac.
Should tell Elwyn and Rhea that there are 5 of these things. And
Oh,
that,
yes. I forget that I can also do the thing.
As far as we know, so we know 4 were in this building. Overnight, they left their host. So theoretically, they're either hiding, they found someone on the streets, or they went into other Arturian Knights. And this tower is empty. So those 4 could be anywhere in the city.
I don't think they would go far. They're kind of where they need to be, unless they would go to the homes of the rest of the learned, because would they be able to enter while they're asleep? That's right.
Yeah, probably. I assume if they
Hopefully.
can't be, if they can't fight back, I imagine it's quite simple.
Hillip said he was paralyzed and then dead. So
Yes. So
presumably,
he was awake.
Yeah.
He's just paralyzed, I guess. If you're
they
paralyzed,
just knocked him out and then gone.
that was it.
I mean, Jesus, that could have fucking happened at Gath's house, you know? Right? I don't know. I guess the guards would have to be complicit, so maybe that isn't possible, but
I'm gonna roll a
who
quick
knows?
D20 check for Gideon's sanity. Excuse me.
I would love to do one for me as well, so I'm not losing it. But me in real life.
Well, I will brain to Elwyn, who's moving so fast, so the message will sound like this. Hey, Elwyn. How's it going? And let her know that there are potentially 4 other brain creatures out and about, because 4 Arturian Knights just died last night.
God. I'll share with Azaria.
When we were at the Learned's Fortress of Protection, how many guards were with them that we saw, Denny?
There was probably like a dozen in that room.
Oh, thank
Right.
God.
But were
Thank
they
you.
Arturian Knights, or were they
No.
like city guard?
None of them were Arturian Knights.
Okay.
All right.
It
Well, that's...
from your interaction at that place, it seems there's a little bit of fear of the Arturian Knights at the moment.
Reasonably
and-
so.
Turns out.
Kumulai just had a
Isabel.
brilliant idea. Locate creature?
Nope.
I have it.
Oh, look
Oh.
at you. What am I here for?
I also have a thought. What about detect thoughts?
I thought he was gonna say he also had it.
Whoa.
This whole time. Gideon's had a 4th level spell in his pocket.
Would-
I went to mage school.
Would still have thoughts, wouldn't they?
they
Yeah.
would still have thoughts.
They'd have thoughts. Well, I hope so. If they're replacing a brain, but what kind of thoughts would they have, right? Would it be like, are they
Like
on to
Gleep
me?
Gloop or something?
Well, no, that's their name is Glebe Glorb. Drac.
Right,
Come on,
right.
pay attention.
Sorry.
Maybe it is Glebe.
Okay.
Who knows?
I think we need to regroup. I think we're not allowed out of each other's sights while we're in this city going forwards.
That's a
I
deal.
just need to know. Okay, we're gonna go talk to Ferrick. After that, we return to the Learned Circle. Are we telling them what we know?
I think we have to.
Okay.
At this point, Azaria and Elwyn have entered into the infirmary with their high speed, just so we don't have to keep pretending that.
Guys
Yeah.
are so fast.
Oh, we did go to the infirmary?
We
Yeah,
were
so
planning
you're all
to
together.
regroup with them.
Oh, okay, yes. That infirmary.
Okay. Well then, should we just confirm what we already know then with these bodies and?
Pass speak with dead again if we want.
I mean, like, if
can a person? Can you? Sorry, the knights are here. I'm
Yeah.
losing track of what's happening.
4 dead
Like-
knights.
4 dead knights. Like, could you tell by holding a head if it is missing a brain? How heavy is the brain?
8 pounds.
Wow, that's a weird thing for you to just know off the top of your head now.
Off the top of your head?
I don't know if it
Why would you
if
know
it-
that? No.
because the little kid in Jerry Maguire talks about it. And I never saw the movie, but it was in a fucking preview and it was on TBS all the time. So I saw that commercial a bunch when I was a kid. So it could be true, but it could also be fake. So who knows?
Jerry Maguire.
Does
I'm
this
gonna
head
Google it.
feel 8 pounds lighter
Yeah.
than...
Wait,
I
no, I'm
guess
not.
it's not gonna
I'm
Yeah,
not going to
don't-
Google that. That's going to
don't
put me on a
Google
list or something.
Good news. A human brain weighs about 3 pounds.
Oh, okay. Well, then Jerry Maguire lied to me. Again,
I don't know if
never
we're
saw
gonna
it.
be able
Well,
to tell a difference. In
Is it
3 pounds.
the brain that's 8 pounds or is it the head that's 8 pounds?
A head is more than 8 pounds.
Yeah, I think it was the brain.
I personally think it's
weird.
$3.
Kumbla says it's actually about 3
Kumbla
pounds.
says it's 3 pounds, and I trust Kumbla with my life.
Listen,
So
The,
Okay.
All right.
Don't know how else to check about brains without just cutting their.
Yeah, I feel like we got to just do the deed.
I mean, not to
Thing.
be fucking nasty, but you know when you're baking something and you put a toothpick in to see if it's finished or not, if I just put a knife in and pulled it out, would there be,
Oh.
if there's nothing on it other than, you know,
to put a knife through the skull, that would still be there.
Go would still be.
well, I know the skull would be there, but would there be any brains?
I guess
Yeah.
not. It would just be.
Well,
How do
Wish
you
there
tell
was
the
a
difference?
spell called Detect Brain. That would be
Kumbla,
very
I thought you were a
useful right now.
gardener.
Go bring our gardener over.
So
Okay.
it's like, I was looking, I was like, do any of my spells seem to have any use? Nope.
I know. I'm like, could I put a clairvoyance sensor inside its head?
I could make it smell
really
okay.
small, put it
That's
up
about
its
all I got.
Jesus. Would True Sight do fucking anything?
It's
Don't
No.
think so.
not X-ray vision, unfortunately.
Not for this, but like when they're actually inside, it wouldn't, right?
Still the body?
Still the normal body.
Would have to experiment.
I don't think it would.
That is an interesting.
But it's worth
idea, I
worth
guess.
considering.
Christy, stop looking at that stat block.
I'm actually not. I'm looking at my fucking spells and how. Oh, I'm gonna chaos bolt this guy's head off, and that'll do something.
I've just been
Yeah.
clicking through all my spells as well, trying to figure out what I can figure
So
out.
I
with
think
brains.
if we cut this open,
Uh.
everything's known.
Oh,
Like,
never mind.
And everyone will know.
yeah.
Well, that's why I was like, should we not? If we're gonna tell the rest of the Learned Circle, we have to tell Baldane as well. I thought maybe we could bring him down here and say like, we're gonna confirm a theory now. You're gonna freak out, but if there's no brain in this here head, then we got something to tell you. You know. Should we just
Yeah.
like come back
Maybe
to this?
we
We just should we go do Ferrick, come back, and then, or I don't know.
I think
I kind of want to go back to the keep at this point.
Yeah, that is understandable.
That is fair. I forgot you were here.
Hi.
yeah, that was
Welcome
a
to the
lot.
Seekers.
Yeah, it
Hi.
seems like you guys are dealing with some very serious stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the party.
Okay.
Can we teleport her?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't I don't trust them. Okay, guys, here's what we're gonna do. I am gonna take her to her house. We're getting her stuff, and then her and I are going home. One of you can accompany me or not. If anything, I can fucking summon my steed, and he can come with me as well. So we have like, but that's gonna be like, really ostentatious. So, because at this point, I don't feel like I need trying to convince anyone of anything, you know.
Oh,
So you guys go to Ferrick. You guys go to the rest of the Learned Circle. I'm not gonna make her go back there by herself.
I don't think you should go by yourself.
Well,
I can cut up on one of these heads pretty easily. My spear is sharp enough.
yeah.
That's fine. I think
Do we want Baldane down here, though?
I think
feel
we
like
get
this is a
Nivera
foregone
out of
conclusion.
here first, though.
What was that?
Oh, no, I can come with you. Getting. Nivera out of here because I also need to check on Monty because, you know, y'all brought up a great point.
But what is the check on Monty? Like, Hillip was Hillip. Until that moment where he decided that it wasn't worth being Hillip anymore.
I can cast Pass Without a Trace on us, and we can make our way and then head back. But
Well, I'm also not the smartest guy here, but I know how to shoot, so I can help defend. If that's what the purpose of the journey with Nivera is, I can watch her back.
Speaking of not being the smartest guy, however, I will give you a drop of memory. You guys did perform a Zone of Truth on Monty.
We did, yes.
Do you remember
That
any
did
of the
work.
questions you asked him? You let it happen.
God damn it.
I do. I have it all written down. When was that?
Let it happen.
That was when we were in
Episode
Timberstead.
39.
Do you
Wonderful.
remember
Or
that
40.
He wasn't dishonest about anything.
Let me find it.
Elowen, how many?
Okay, I can tell us what we talked about with Monty if you guys want. What happened to the Arturian Knights? Does he know who Kardrak Middlecoat is? Does he know the phrase, does the midnight sun rise? Does he know about any bugs in Balesville? What was his experience with the event? What were his parents doing? What are Gid's parents doing? Does he know who Elia Hume is? Does he know anything else relevant about what's happening in Balesville? So
He was truthful in all of his answers.
Did he know who Kardrak was, apart from, like...
his answer, he hasn't heard the name recently. He only associates it with the hero of old.
I think we can trust
That
Monty.
feels pretty safe, yeah.
And I think he didn't know the Midnight Sun phrase either.
Yeah.
Okay. I think our keep is safe. I think at most it's one person.
Yeah, most it's Mikulik.
Can have a conversation with him when we get back.
Was Miklik from Balesville?
No, he was
No,
just
but he was-
captured.
Just showed up. Yeah. Oh, captured by.
He was captured by Kardrak. He came back
Yes,
to,
yes,
like,
yes.
as a, you know, you guys saved my life. He seemed very honest and truthful and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also, I mean, if
I turn to Nivera. Do you feel comfortable going back by yourself?
Well, I've at least been to your keep, so that does help. And if your friend Monty is... If you think he's good, I can try and find him, because you said the stable's, like, right across from where I would end up?
Yeah, it's right there.
Finn is also there still. So.
I know. I would send her through with a note for Finn, so you and Monty could find Finn together. Not really how I wanted to introduce you to my family, but here we are. Is it also worthwhile having a separate note for Finn asking him to put our major domo in our prison cell?
I think that,
Or is it like two? Like we don't want to like give away our...
Yeah, it's
yeah, I feel like giving away, it feels like we've already given away a lot. I feel like
All right.
everything else that we give away just puts us at a disadvantage.
Suddenly there's a knock at the door of the infirmary, and the door opens. The Arturian Knight that was just sitting out next to the door at the table. Hey, you guys have been in here quite a while. Do you need anything? Are you good?
Just chatting.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Holler
you.
if you need anything. And he shuts the door again.
Abe, what did you say before about cutting open the brain?
I don't think we need to at this point.
Feel pretty confident?
Yes.
It'll take 10 minutes to make the circle, right, Elwyn? All right, so maybe in that 10 minutes, I'm going to cast Find Steed. And then if you can send both Nivera and his name, who I forget. I'm going to call him Baru because that's what his name is in my head, and I fucking can't remember otherwise. So I'm going to send Nivera and Baru through together, and he'll have the explicit instructions to like stick by her side and protect her while she's there. Am I able to do that?
I don't believe there's any restriction on where the steed can go if it has like a, you know, it has to stay within certain distance. So I think that's fine.
Yeah. I can keep in contact with it within 1 mile, but that's not going to do anything because obviously that'll be much further. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do that then. Do we want to do it in the fucking infirmary or?
Now, your steed is a large creature.
Maybe somewhere else.
About as private as we're going to get in the city, I think.
We didn't catch that, Elwyn.
I said, where are we going to find somewhere private and big enough?
I mean, we can essentially, because our spells are going to take the same time, can we basically just be like, you open it, I like finish casting it right as like, he can just kind of like, bloop. So he's never like 100% in the room. You know what I'm saying?
There's some facial stuff here.
Wow. Sure, I'll allow it. It's funny.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Great.
Now, your steed is going to get teleported into another building, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Why?
What, what does that mean?
What does that
Because
mean?
your guys' teleportation circle at your keep is inside a building. But I believe it's like, it should be big enough to accommodate a large creature.
Oh.
I think it'll be fine.
It says within 5 feet or the nearest unoccupied space. We'll figure it out.
Write another note for Baru. Put it
I don't
in
know
his mouth.
where for Baru. Okay, let's just do this. I literally can't right now. We need to fucking move on because I'm stressed and I need to be doing something productive. So
Yeah,
if he destroys a building, who cares? All right.
That's fine. I don't care.
You own the property. Plant a bean.
That's exactly.
Now would be a good time to plant a bean.
Would it?
Plant it in this dead guy's skull and see what happens. Maybe he'll grow a new brain.
Maybe there's soil in there.
Yeah.
Right. Before I start casting, I'll write the note to Finn, basically saying like some heavy shit is going down. Like keep her safe. Please don't be too weird. But try and like keep her distracted, cheer her up. Thanks. And then before, because once it's gonna be like casting and send, so I'm just gonna like give Nivera another hug and just say, "We'll be back as soon as we can." Okay.
If you're going to stop by my place, you'll need this, and she passes you a key.
Anything you need in particular, other than the necessities?
I think the necessities are fine.
Okay.
We'll see you soon.
And then I'll start casting a puppy friend for her.
The two of you simultaneously cast your spells. Puppy friend begins to apparate, but also does gate to keep. Puppy goes in gate, and so does girlfriend.
And I tell Puppy, protect the girlfriend, please.
Puppy says, Baru says, okay, because I was fine being called whatever.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Right. So, Ferrick then?
Ferrick.
So, a lot of you come out of the infirmary and ask as to how to get to Underhill Prison. The guard at the front is like, well, you just kind of follow the stairs down. It continues down a similar way. And lo and behold, there is a door that does lead to a set of stairs leading downward. The guard has to unlock it for you, but then allows you in. When you come back up, just give a dit, and I'll make sure it's unlocked when you come back. And the 6 of you enter in, and the door shuts behind you and is locked. And you make your way down the set of stairs. And it leads not terribly far, probably about like 5 minutes of stairs, kind of spiraling-ish. But as you get lower and lower, the stairs become less manufactured and more just rough-hewn stone. Almost feels like you're transitioning from like a building into a cave. And as you get further down, moisture in the air kind of builds as well. And eventually you hear the sound of flowing water. You're entering into a cave-like system. It might almost even feel like a maze, since it is your guys' first time down here. And you gather as you kind of get into this space and into a central, what feels like a central main area of a cavern within the island that is at the middle of the city. There is water that flows through this room underneath grates. It flows into this room, which is a circular in shape, and flows around a island in the middle, and then flows on outside. There's a river that feeds into the city and into the moat, and this water clearly files underneath and kind of dug out of the rock on 2 different levels that are open to the middle, though there are railings on the upper level. Jail cells, bars, kind of overlook this central area. And the sound of water is, of course, quite present, but there isn't the sound of much else. You don't see any guards. Feel like you don't hear anything in any of the cells. Just the flowing water. Would you like to have a look around?
No,
Okay, we're here.
Yeah, I'll take
I
a
would like
quick
to
look.
leave.
I'll
I
take
wanna
a
go
look
home.
around.
I'll look around.
I investigate these cells.
Everyone stay very close together, though.
Oh my god.
It is lit by torches down here. It's not incredibly bright.
I will cast light through my axe.
Awesome.
Night vision goggles.
A lot of you begin to look around the place. I also failed to describe that in the middle of this room there is a small well in this like central island where these grated places where the water flows around this island. A well that goes down. Clearly it's a place that can get water here. But there's nothing there. Looking through the cells, there isn't anybody in the majority of them. Eventually, as you guys kind of investigate this space, you do find a guard. And they're in a crumpled heap on the ground.
Check his pulse.
How heavy is their head?
Drac, can I have you make a medicine check?
Their head is about 3
19.
pounds lighter than it should be.
Drac, there is no pulse. And the face is bluish. Like they'd been suffocated. But examining the
on.
neck, there's no strangulation. There's no bruising. It's like the air was just taken out of them.
Gas or water down here?
Sorry?
There's
Sorry,
water.
what was
Yeah,
that?
there's water.
I said, well, could it be a gas that came through or the water over there?
Don't drink the water. Don't touch the water.
I draw my sword,
Yeah.
and I'm
Jack unhooks
looking
his
around.
Yeah.
cane weapon from his belt.
Crossbow is at the ready.
Oh, gun has been ready ever since we set foot in this structure.
Drek, you feel like you hear like breezes down some of the other corridors. There must be a draft in here somewhere that leads outside, which would make sense considering that there's like the river clearly flows in here and then back out. But
How long
Breezes
did we
feel
walk?
unnatural though.
make a nature check.
Natural 20, baby. 22.
The amount of space and the fact that, you know, the river is ground level and there isn't a lot of space between the top of the water and the kind of tunnels that the water is going through, that the amount of wind you hear would make sense to be flowing through.
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
There's something weird here, friends.
How far did we walk from the door?
Not incredibly far. Like, you could probably, like, there is a bit of a winding path, but it's probably like 30 feet back to the stairs.
Okay.
Is this the
Just-
only area that there's cells?
No,
Or are
it
these
seems
other
that
paths?
it seems there are other paths that go off to other spaces, but they're probably not as big as this room. It seems to be the main center of activity.
Should we just call out for Ferrick? He'll probably respond.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apart from
I-
searching all of this.
I'm
Derek?
just concerned that the door was locked behind us and feels
Yeah,
like
why the-
people
why
can be
was-
suffocated down here.
Yeah, why-
That's
why-
just what I'm thinking of.
Why was the door locked behind us?
I mean, it is a prison.
Yeah, but we're not prisoners.
in case like somehow prisoner gets out, overpowers us, and then like busts out the door. That's pretty standard, I think. So
Or we try to break Ferrick out. They thought that was a possibility.
In any case,
I think
we
we
should
yell
find
if
him.
we, yeah.
I'll yell out Ferrick's name.
You yell out his name, and you hear banging against metal bars up on the second level.
He's up there. Let's go.
As the lot of you rush your way up,
I'm keeping an eye, like I'm going up, like kind of keeping an eye on our like behind us as we go.
as you guys find the staircases, which are just kind of like, you'd almost miss them if it weren't for the fact they like lead up to the next level, but they look like they're just same thing carved out of the stone. And you race your way up, and it's a little bit slippery because of the moisture in here, but you make your way up to the second level to where you heard that banging. You get there, and you have found him, Ferrick Ironbender. He's been stripped of his armor, of his weapons. He is kneeling, head against the bars, and hands gripping. And there's this strange gust of wind that seems to be here. And he looks up at the lot of you, and his face is blue, and his eyes are panicking.
Ah! Dispel, anyone.
That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yeah!
This is the worst.
Time to fight the literal wind.
Woo, the wind!
What?
Worry.
Where's
I
the
know how
wind
to fight
coming
the weather.
from? What the fuck is the wind?
Nell,
This is
this feels very familiar.
what?
From the airship.
Oh, shit.
Wow, that was like a perfect harmony. Like bass and third right there. It was great. Good job, guys.
Hell yeah.
Oh, rip our
Wait,
friend.
what from the airship?
The thing that stole the
Air.
knife.
The shit that stole Sarze's dagger.
That was likely Sarze herself.
Oh,
Right.
Sarze's hella dead. We hella killed her.
If it was Sarze.
Was it the air elemental that was in the ship?
No, that didn't escape. It was
What if
it was
it's
the
just
thing
another
that
one of those.
it was the thing that Nell was wrestling with on the airship, like for the dagger.
Oh.
Is that right? Is that what it's reminding me of?
Yeah.
Okay. I never
Well-
actually figured out what that was. I thought it was maybe just invisible Sarze, but she's not the only one that worked for that Assassin's Guild, so it could just be
And
another
I'm
fucking assassin.
certain that us killing her means that they were owed another assassin. So
Yeah.
Oh, probably, yeah. All right, who's up for
What?
round 2, baby?
Sounds like things to
Can we
talk
have an
about in an
after
after
party
party.
right now?
Find out in 2 weeks.
Well, no, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're going to be having a bit of time off, unfortunately, because June's a busy month for the lot of us. Ryan's birthday's coming up, Dallas's birthday's coming up, my birthday's coming up, and trips are happening and summer activities and all this. So unfortunately, there will be a few weeks we will be missing. We'll tell you the exact date that we'll be returning, though it probably won't be until July. So sorry about the summer's kerfuffle mess that is our schedule. Oh dear, let me see. I will try to throw in some streams of other things just so you know we're not dead for a month here. Hopefully I can get some of these friends who are available at certain times to join me in some fun stuff. Whoever wants to join me. Yeah.
I'll see if I can actually do like a single one shot and not turn it into some big thing for you guys.
wow.
I could also run something for us too.
just do an actual one shot and not some
You
big
know, 'cause,
Cthulhu
like,
thing that my
I'm a
brain's
DM
like.
or something sometimes.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe there'll be some more tabletop activity. Maybe it'll be video games. Maybe I'll finally do another art stream. I don't know. It's been a while.
Been a while.
Been a while.
Hope you're all having a good time. Crazy revelations in this session. Remember when we started off being very goofy?
Mhm.
No.
I do.
Danny
I'd
said,
like to
"No
go
fun
back to
allowed."
that.
Can we go back to being goofy?
You
Yeah.
can now. You
No,
can
I
now.
like it here.
Murder.
I'm
Oh.
dead inside. Actually, so I can't
this
do
is-
anything.
This is juicy. This is
Yeah,
great.
I love
That's
this.
such a problem.
I'm so I can't even talk. I'm gonna talk about it afterwards because I have nothing to say.
Oh.
I'm too.
Fantastic. Perhaps we'll finally get those let's call it a night videos that we've been doing. We've been doing some videos after these streams where we kind of debrief and actually name the episode, so you can get to see how that process is done. We only started a few episodes ago, so it's not a lot, mind you, but yeah, I should get to work on those finally. All right. Does anybody have anything they want to say to everybody out there?
No.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks
Nice.
for
Love
watching.
ya.
You rock.
Thank you everybody for being here, and until next month. Oh, I'm so sorry. May you stay kind, stay happy, and as always, play Dicely. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.